The new school year is underway, and that means homecoming season. For the past several years, we have live streamed all 4 homecoming games from Fred Kelly Stadium so that families, friends, and alumni could celebrate with us from anywhere and re-watch the festivities at their convenience. This year, we're excited to continue that tradition.
Flushed out of the pocket by Peoples, rolling to his right, and this one's picked off. Gunnar Dahl making the interception and taking it all the way back for 6. Villa Park doubles the lead. Looking left, looking deep, has his man. There's Porfilio into the end zone. Touchdown, Panthers!
Don't miss our upcoming live streams happening throughout October. You can find them on our YouTube channel, and we'll be sharing the links on social media. Whether you're cheering on your alma mater or watching your student take the field, we invite you to join us online and be part of the celebration. Thanks for watching. See you next time on OUSD in 1.
It's a lot of fun, and you should have those experiences and know how to cook for yourself. You get to learn about different cultures through their food. There's always so many different things to learn. It's helped me rediscover my love for cooking, and now I want to go possibly to Orange Coast to join their culinary program.
My favorite thing about the program is just being able to be creative, going through the entire songwriting process. It just allows for a really interactive environment. This class has prepared me for after high school, since I'm going into UNLV, taking their entertainment engineering pathway. I'm hoping to do studio engineering and recording bands, movies, albums, just record labels in general.
My favorite thing about this program is that I get to have hands-on real-world experience. It makes me feel confident and independent, and also motivated to keep pursuing this because I get to experience what it's going to be like in the real world. This pathway has helped prepare me for anything that I want to pursue in the health industry because it's given me information and knowledge on anatomy and healthcare and first aid and rehabilitation.
I have enjoyed cars since I was very, very young. Being able to do this through a school program is great for me because I can do it on school time and I get to learn more than I could on my own. I have been able to work on my own stuff. I was able to buy my own vehicle to repair. My dream one day is to hopefully be able to work in an auto shop or be able to own my own business. I have learned so much useful information, and I have been able to help other people if they ever have issues.
The thing I like best about this program is the experiences you have. You meet people from all different backgrounds and cultures, and you get to really connect with everyone in a way that you want to.
Even if you don't necessarily like a person, but you have to work with them professionally, which is skills you're going to use in everyday life outside of this, but you also make really, really good friends.
I do want to go into the film industry. Through my teacher and other connections I've made, I am able to have connections to different universities, colleges, internships.
It's helped me realize that I want to be part of the more pre-production part of this career, helping people get to sets, helping set up and like the filming process, which I probably wouldn't have known if I hadn't done this pathway.
I like the CTE program because it can give me real life experiences I've done multiple CTE programs in my time in high school, and I've gained a lot from all of them. I have my primary classes and a couple of APs, but yeah, I really like the CTE classes.
It's great. I get to be in this firehouse. I get to learn what firefighters do, and I could get the basics of what I need for the academy.
I'd say this class is more fun than other classes because you're doing more hands-on work and you're not just sitting in a classroom most of the time. I really like this class because you're also just putting in work into your future.
I would recommend this pathway to another student because of the community and family that comes along with it. I feel good being in the CTE pathway. It's made me friends and given me plenty of real-life experience. I would recommend this pathway to another student because of the family-like environment and the professional internship that comes along with it. This pathway is full-on career readiness, so I'm ready for my career when it gets there.
What inspired me to join the CTE pathway was the fact that I was involved with animals beforehand. So when I found out the agriculture department in Orange High School was a thing, I decided to choose it as one of my classes. This pathway has impacted my education with myself setting academic goals. Advice I would give another student joining this program isn't just about animals or the agriculture part of it. It's about making friends and learning how to be yourself, getting out of your comfort zone, and just getting involved in school projects.
My favorite thing about the aviation program has to be all the field trips that we got to go on. It allowed me to see the true world of aviation, whether that was careers or just people flying airplanes. And it kind of allowed me to make connections with a lot of people in the aviation world and get my flight training started. The best part about the aviation program is the flight simulators. It allows students to get into flying without having to fly an actual plane, so it saves them money, and it kind of shows them what aviation can really be about. I'd have to recommend the aviation program because it allowed me to see what opportunities aviation holds for me, and it kind of inspired me to move into that direction.
My favorite thing about the program is all of the encouragement that we get from Mr. Larios in learning graphic design skills. I feel incredibly lucky that we have Mr. Larios, who is so good at his job and teaching us. This pathway has prepared me for my future because it has given me skills in a professional setting, because that's what Spider Lab is. It's a professional internship. I would recommend this because graphic design is just a very good skill to have. Being able to design things for anything, for a social media post, for a company you could take as a side job when you're working something else. It's an incredible skill to have throughout your life.
I will call the special work study session to order at 5 o'clock. Do we have a quorum?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And if everybody can rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. We have a special agenda tonight, work study session with just a couple of items on it. Do I have a motion to adopt the agenda? Motion to adopt. Trustee Thomas, do I have a second? Trustee Glass? All right. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. We can start. Do we have any public comments?
We do not.
Okay. Well, that's easy. All right. So we can get started with the local control funding formula and local control and accountability plan, drivers for supporting students. And I think all of you are presenting, am I correct? Okay, so you all can come up and then you can introduce yourselves
President Erickson.
For the video.
President Erickson.
Yes.
I have a question.
Yes.
As I was reading this, does it make sense to go piece by piece, like academic performance, questions, comments, engagement, questions, comments? I don't know, but I just wanted to throw that out there. I don't know.
I will leave that to the presenters. Is that acceptable? Okay. If you have a certain way that you've already got it put together, we don't want to mess with your presentation. Okay, well, why don't we kind of play it by ear, and when there's a natural break, if that works, then we'll start asking questions. Okay, thank you.
All right, well, good evening, President Erickson, trustees, and Superintendent Menarez. Tonight, Educational Services is pleased to present a Local Control Funding Formula, LCFF, and Local Control and Accountability Plan, LCAP. An overview, drivers for supporting all students. The objectives of the presentation are first to present the board an overview of the LCFF as defined by the state of California. Secondly, to highlight examples of the LCFF implementation within our school district through the Local Control and Accountability Plan. And then third, to engage in a conversation and collaborative dialogue with the board and among the trustees. The first section of the presentation will focus on the technical aspects of LCFF and LCAP, and will be presented by Executive Director of Assessment and Accountability, Dr. Christina Lin, and Director of Accountability, Dr. Sandy Schaefer. We'll pause whenever you'd like to answer questions or to allow some discussion among the trustees. The second section of the presentation will focus on some of our district's high impact actions, which will be presented by Elena Rodriguez, Executive Director of Elementary Education, and Dr. Dipali Patnas, Executive Director of Secondary Education. And we will begin now. Dr. Lin.
Thank you. Okay, let's begin with an overview of the local control funding formula. The LCFF is California's equity-based funding formula model for K-12 school districts. The intent of LCFF is to ensure that funding is distributed in a way that recognizes the unique needs of each district and, most importantly, provide additional resources to students who need them the most. Rather than a one-size-fits-all approach, LCFS allocates base funding for all students and then supplements those funds for English learners, low-income students, and foster youth, ensuring that our high-need students receive extra support. LCFF is guided by 8 state priorities, which drive the development of each district's local control accountability plan, or the LCAP. These priorities inform our goals, our actions, and our expenditures, and ensure that we remain focused on the areas that matters most for student success. Next, I would like to walk us through the evolution of the local control funding formula since its inception. LCFF is enacted into law on July 1st, 2013. This major change replaced the previous revenue limit and categorical funding model with a new formula. The LCFF includes base grants for all students, plus supplemental and concentration grants to better support high-need groups, especially the low-income students, foster youth, and English learners. The first phase of implementation began in 2013-14. District began receive gap funding to help them progress toward their LCFF targets. And this period also marked the introduction of the first local control accountability plans, the LCAPs. From 2014 through 2016, the phase-in continued. Districts were required to satisfy maintenance of effort requirements for certain programs during these years. By 2018-19, full implementation of LCAP was achieved. All school districts and charter schools reached and surpassed their target LCFF funding levels 2 years ahead of the state's original projection, thanks to the stronger than expected revenues. From 2021 to 2023, we've seen annual cost of living adjustment, or COLAs. LCFS continue to receive regular cost of living adjustment and additional increases from the state and supplemental and concentration grants, as well as expanded support for programs such as transitional kinder. LCFS has become the primary source of funding for K-12 education in California. And beginning in 2022 and moving forward, we're seeing additional funding layers and greater accountability. Add-on funding for areas like transitional kinder and transportation is now included, and there is a greater emphasis on reporting, mid-year updates, and outcome data in our LCAPs. This evolution demonstrates California's ongoing commitment to equity, flexibility, and continuous improvement in school funding. The LCFS has evolved since 2013, moving from phased implementation to full funding, with ongoing adjustment that shaped how districts allocate resources. To connect this funding structure to the state priority that drive our planning and accountability, I will now turn it over to Dr. Schaffer, our Director of Accountability, to lead us through the next section.
Thank you, Christina. As Christina mentioned already, she talked just very briefly about the 8 state priorities. And if we, I'm sorry, thank you. There it goes, we got it. Now I would like to direct you to this slide, and I'm going to go a little bit more in depth on these eight straight priorities and our district implementation model. This visual is a great way to understand how all of our efforts connect from the state level all the way down into our classroom. So you'll be able to see how that ties together. This graphic provides a clear roadmap of how California's educational priorities are structured. The framework is divided into 3 key areas, and these key areas correlate directly to our LCAP, our plan here in orange. The first area on the far left is conditions and climate. This is the foundation, and we often refer to this as what is our base. It includes the basic services and the standards that need to be in place for learning to occur. This is where we ensure that we're providing basic services and effectively implementing the state standards. Now, if you move up the chart, the next area that you see is engagement. And this is where we talk about fostering supportive and involved educational environments. Here we focus on our parent involvement, pupil engagement, and creating a positive school climate. It's about making sure that our students, families, and our staff, that we are all active and connected members of our school community. So now we've done conditions and climate, we're going up the steps there, we've hit engagement, and now we are on to academic performance. And this is where we measure the results of all of our efforts that we have put forth. This includes, as you can see, pupil achievement, which is how our students are performing academically, of course, and other pupil outcomes, which other pupil outcomes are things like graduation rates and college and career readiness. It is the ultimate goal of all of our work to make sure that our students are successful. Now, if you refer down to the bottom of this graphic, you will see the key there, and that is how we tie all of this together. All of these 8 state priorities are tied together in what has become the Local Control Accountability Plan. And our LCAP is the engine that drives our implementation of these 8 state priorities. Our LCAP supports these priorities through our goals, our actions, and the expenditures tied to those actions. And this is our document that outlines what we plan to do, how we're going to do it, and where we will allocate our resources to achieve the goals. So it is the what, the how, and the money that goes with it. Most importantly, our LCAP ensures accountability and transparency. It's a public document that holds us here accountable to our community, showing exactly how we work to support our students across these 8 priority areas. So when we talk about LCAP, I ask you to try to remember this visual. Our LCAP is our living document that connects our daily actions directly to the state's vision of education and to the success of our students. There we go. So the local control funding formula as an equity funding model. You can see we have 4 bullets there, and I'm going to talk you through those a little bit more in depth. So first, the local control funding formula, LCFF, it is supplemental and concentration funds that target our unduplicated student groups. And when we say unduplicated, just a refresher, that means that the students are counted only once, although some of them appear in 1, 2, or 3 of those groups. Those groups are English learners, our low-income students, and our foster youth students. So they might be an EL, a student receiving free and reduced lunch, and a foster youth, but they are counted only once. And so that is unduplicated, just to clarify. Our LCFF provides additional funding for these students, recognizing that they often require more resources to succeed. Secondly, the LCFF addresses diverse student needs. So instead of dictating how the money should be spent, which was the model prior to 2013 and the inception of LCFF, this formula gives us, or the districts, LEAs, the flexibility to decide where the resources are most needed to support our unique populations. This allows us to use our local knowledge to address specific academic, social, emotional needs of our students rather than being forced to one size fits all. Thirdly, the LCFF focuses on these groups by providing flexible funding, and it is designed to close those academic and achievement gaps. We know that historical disparities have led to gaps in student performance, And the LCFF is our tool for effectively working to close the gaps by directing our resources to our students and the programs that will have the biggest impact on their success. And lastly, the LCFF ensures that our resources are directed to where they are needed the most. This entire model is built on the idea that funding should follow the students. This means that a district with more students from these targeted groups, the English learners, the low income and foster youth, they receive higher levels of funding. And this mechanism allows us and other districts to provide targeted support. Anything from smaller class size, academic intervention, expanded learning opportunities to those students who need it the most. Thank you. Many of you are already familiar with this graphic, but this really shows the progress that we've made in the LCFF over the years. So we used to talk about, back in the 2000s, we talked about equality, and that was it. Equality, that's the thing, right? And it looked much like this. Everybody's going to get the same. It's fair, right? Everybody gets the same. Everybody gets the brown stool with 3 legs that's a foot tall. That's equality. And we learned that, well, that's great that everybody gets the same thing, and yes, it's fair, as we used to say, but it doesn't meet the needs of the students. There's a short student, and that same stool doesn't allow them the resource as it does the student on the far left, obviously, who with that same resource is able to achieve that goal or that fruit, according to the graphic. Well, fast forward then to 2013. And the inception of LCFF and that concept, and we now have moved from equality to equity. And we can see that it still means providing supports and services and programs to our students, but those resources and programs look differently. The student with the most need receives the most support on the far right, and the student who is better prepared or what have you still receives services, but perhaps not as much as the others. So we can see now equality versus equity. So when I circle back to what makes the LCFF an equity model, well, it ensures that every student, regardless of their background, has resources and opportunities so that they can thrive.
And this is probably a good natural place for us to pause to see if you have any comments, any thoughts around this technical information. There's quite a bit there, so thank you both.
I think so. I have some questions. Would you like to start, Trustee Bain?
I just have like one basic question to start. How long have these been the priorities?
Since the inception of
2013.
Okay, so it was started and these are the same and they haven't?
That's correct.
Okay. That was my first question. I'll let everyone else go.
Does anybody? Okay. So I just have a quick question, and it's less basic, I guess it's less generic and more specific to us, but this is the first year we have a different team preparing, or last year was the first year we had a different team preparing the LCAP, am I right? Like, we used to have it, Elena or Ms. Rodriguez used to do it, right?
Yes,
and
with
now
Dr. Schaefer. Yeah.
Dr. Schaefer, Dr. Lynn are doing it, and we've sort of changed some of the, I guess, jobs on each person's plate.
Yes, yes.
So they're able to probably focus a little bit more on these and not have your duties spread so thin. Was last year the first year that you were doing that, or was it
this year?
This
actually.
year, okay. All right, I lose track of time sometimes.
Yeah.
Every year seems really long and really short at the same time. So when we're talking about equity, so this is, I think, what will come up later and what we need to think about is, in order to make sure that we have fair funding and equitable funding, we need to make sure that we know what the needs are, and it's needs throughout the entire district. And so, and different students' needs vary based on different years and different days sometimes. So when we start talking about it, I do want to really focus on how it is that we're gathering the information and gathering the data, because I think that at least from our perspective or my perspective over the last few years, I haven't always felt as comfortable knowing how it is that we're actually gathering this data, how we're analyzing it. You know, we kind of get the end product, not necessarily understanding how exactly we're getting that. And you sort of interpret it because you are the professionals, but I feel like sometimes we don't really get that full picture. And for me, at least, I would like to understand that at a deeper level. With that, does anybody? So that's just sort of forecasting questions for later. All right, perfect. Nothing else? All right, so let's go ahead and go.
All right. Thank you. I will introduce Elena Rodriguez. I'll flip here. Here you go.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I want to thank you for this opportunity to have this study session. I think the LCAP is just a huge document, and to have time to discuss and sort of get more in the weeds, it was long overdue, so thank you. I appreciate that. So first of all, I want to take you to sort of a 30,000-foot look at the LCAP on just what, for ed services especially, are the important pieces, are the actions. There are a total of 58 actions in our LCAP, spread over 4 goals. Tonight, we're literally going to save you a little bit and just hit 3 per the first 3 goals. So we're going to talk about academic performance, engagement, and conditions and climate. Okay, so we want to just sort of spare you, but we are really wanting to share with you the ones that have the highest impact. It could be looking at the dollar amount, could be the impact. Other actions that have impact are what we're anticipating as the student outcome, whether it's an academic or in types of engagement, getting our kids to school. So that sort of was the framing of how these were selected for you, okay? So,
Sorry, could I ask a quick question?
Oh, yeah.
So these are not all of them? Like, I thought these were the total 8.
No.
No. So these ones were specifically selected by you?
Yes, so the number 8 aligns with the state priorities.
Right.
Okay. So then within our LCAP, we have 58 actions under 4 goals, and each of those goals directly align with priorities that connect with the state. So when you go into the LCAP, you'll see if it's pupil outcomes, it'll be connected under the goal.
I remember seeing that.
Huh?
Okay. I remember seeing that, but
Okay.
these are...
But these are just our local actions that we're working on to support the overarching goals that we have set that match the state's goals. Does that make sense?
I'm just thinking about like priorities or goals. Like I
know there's
so
lots of
8
different
priorities, and
Yes.
beneath that are the goals.
The LCAP, remember that visual?
yeah.
The LCAP is supporting all of that. Just think
Okay.
of this Atlas person
Okay.
there holding it all up.
I just wanted to know, like, what is it that we aren't seeing? Because you said you made a selection. That's
Yeah,
what
out
I think
of-
what's confusing me.
Okay, so there's 58 actions detailed inside the LCAP.
Yes.
And we're taking 3 from each area that we're going to cover. That is
Okay.
our LCAP areas for Orange Unified.
And those were our choices.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Sorry.
No problem. Did you want to add anything? You're good. Okay. Okay, so for the first one that's up there, it's support for foundational literacy. And last year, we made a very intentional decision on the use of our supplemental and concentration funds. We established resource teachers for literacy at every single elementary school. And the real purpose that we had for this was we wanted to implement foundational literacy as a Tier 1 support for our kindergarten through 2nd grade, as well as offering sites the possibility of a Tier 2 support for the 3rd through 6th grades. Because we recognize, and we saw this through feedback, we needed to add some more Tier 1 support across all schools. They also work with our multilingual learners and LTELs to improve language acquisition. They are part of a prevention model that we want to work on reducing the number of students that we're trying to recommend for special education. That might not be the best space for them. So we want to focus on early intervention instead of reactive measures. We wanted to be able to provide pull-out or push-in support for our English learners, especially at the sites that have a low incidence of students. We have sites that might only have 15 English learners in the whole school. So our resource teachers can directly work with them and be more effective and efficient in doing so. They also are supporting our general ed instructional assistants with in delivering effective instruction. And then our last point for this was we wanted to have these people because this year we had to implement our reading difficulty screener. So they are the point person on every site. So that just worked wonderfully all together. So early elementary support definitely equips all of our students and to move towards school success, reducing the need for later interventions. I think we've all seen the research that talks about this. And secondary students, once they get into secondary, this is going to allow some flexibility in their schedules, allow for more, advanced placement, honors classes, and CTE participation. So that is our overarching goal for that.
I'm sorry, can you explain what you mean by that? It's going to explain what you mean by that.
So our focus on the early support, so the early learning, the early literacy support, the more that we're giving now at that time, we are anticipating, because we're just starting this, we're anticipating that we're going to have less students that are going to need additional intervention when they get to high school, have to take extra support classes. Now it's going to give them access to more courses that interest them to get them A through G ready. This is our goal.
And I'm assuming that's based on data that
completely.
you've studied.
Completely.
Not just, okay.
So, and we're trying to really hold true to this, that those resource teachers are golden. Like, we need to keep them in place and keep them professionally learning all the time. They're meeting with our curriculum department and getting the guidance so that we can have a very firm foundation.
So when you're talking about one resource teacher on every single elementary school campus, and then you look at equity, if you look at our dashboard, clearly every elementary school is not performing the same. But you're saying that every elementary school has the same resource, or is it the same amount of time dedicated?
So I can sort of go into that when I get into my later piece with school site allocations.
Okay.
But the idea is the school site allocations, they're using their funds and hiring extra personnel based on what the needs are. Because prior to this intervention that we've started, we had schools that had no resource teachers at all. So we're giving more for them, but it's also adding more in the high needs because they already have some and now we're adding to it.
Okay.
So, does that make sense?
It is. So it does.
It's a starting point for us, for sure.
Got it. So we have some schools that are ranked low, and they're red, their status is lower, and they've declined. We have a lot that have improved as well, but I'm just looking at math, looking at EL, particularly in EL. That's always been an area we've struggled with our English language learners and with math. And it seems to me anyway, and I'm looking at math right now, but looking at reading, it's similar. I want to make sure that those schools that their status is low, they're red, and they significantly declined should be getting theoretically more resources than a school that ranks high and has increased.
And they do. So when I get to that, I'll hopefully be able to answer that more fully.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Could I ask a quick question also?
Yes.
Are we planning to conduct like a longitudinal study, since we're just starting it, right, of the kids who receive the intervention, now, and then to see, rather than just like in the aggregate?
Yeah, Mrs. Green and I are working on trying to conceptualize what that could look like. using the data that we do collect, but then we got to track
Yeah.
the students that,
I mean,
and
it's
we've
hard to have
been
like a
keeping
focus group
records.
or something of all of them.
Yeah, and we're keeping records on those students. They do 6 weeks of working with students and hopefully graduate them out, another group of 6 weeks and move them on. So, but we have all that data that we'll be able to work on and start to compile. So hopefully we can have some really wonderful results. And I know hope is not a strategy, but that's sort of where we're at right now. We're just putting the eggs in this basket.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to be talking about aligning to industry pathways. So in Orange Unified, we're committed to preparing all of our students to be college and career ready. And so our district provides 24 diverse career technical education pathways at the secondary schools that are in high demand, that provide our students with real world skills, and that integrate rigorous academic and technical expertise. The goal is clear. It's so that our students can be pathway completers in the programs that they're a part of. That way, it empowers them to make informed decisions about post-secondary education and their future careers. We're actively supporting our CTE teachers, or our CTE educators with dedicated resources, including a teacher on special assignment, to ensure effective instruction and meeting the individual needs of our learners. Our students have real life experiences by engaging in competitions, by going on vast field trips, and also having industry speakers come and meet with our students and give them opportunities to learn more about their pathways and provide them with hands-on experiences. These 24 career pathways give our students meaningful choices that directly tap into their interests, which allows them to make informed decisions about their future. So that is aligning industry pathways. I'm going to continue on then to preparing future students, future-ready students. And so our curriculum department strategically provides a robust continuum of college and career readiness opportunity for every student, ensuring access and equity are at the forefront of our work. This integrated approach encompasses acceleration and enrichment, programs like dual enrollment, differentiation of advanced learners, and summer enrichment to push high achievement. We also focus on college readiness through programs such as AVID, providing our students organizational skills, critical thinking, and social emotional skills necessary for college success. We also have high demand pathways, which I just previously shared. We have 24 pathways in our school district that are accessible to our students. Not all 24 are at one school, obviously, to support our master schedule, but we do have a diverse offering of pathways at each of our respective high school. And then in addition to that, exposure and planning, district-wide events like the College and Career Fair to help support guiding our students in their future decisions. These opportunities are prioritized for all of our learners. Our curriculum department also supports our counselors to ensure that they can effectively monitor and guide student progress to ensure success for all of our students so that they are college and or career ready.
Natural break. Anybody have anything to add right now? Okay. I mean, we'll be able to discuss it at the end as well, but if you want to get a few questions out now and then we can. Okay. Yeah, I mean, go ahead. I wasn't trying to discourage you. I was just saying
while it's
we
fresh.
will have a discussion. Like, this won't be the only time you can ask a question.
Because another part of the school is dual enrollment also. And so is that something that we're still focused on with our secondary students?
I believe that new, but it's important for our students to be able to have access to dual enrollment. I just had a meeting with Santiago Community College to be able to understand the courses that our students can be dual enrolled in. That actually just happened today. So there are opportunities at all of our respective high schools for our students to be dual enrolled.
So do our middle school and high school counselors know that that's an option, and that's how they try to fit like all the classes that students want to take within their schedules, because potentially there's a class they want to take but it doesn't fit with their schedule, so maybe it's offered at SEC and they could dual enroll that way. Or
What I understand at this point is that SEC definitely does keep in touch with our respective counselors, and those lines of communication are open between the two, so that if things are coming up, interest is being generated, or specific classes such as AVID are interested in hosting dual enrollment type classes, they try to coordinate that with SEC.
okay, and that's during the school day and in the evening as well, right?
That is how I understand it, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I believe our students, I'm relatively new myself, but I recall reading our students can take up to 60 credits in dual enrollment classes. So that's an option that they have.
Okay. Yeah. So it's still similar when I was in school, because I was dual enrolled and I took evening classes at SCC. So I had my regular 6 classes during the day and then I would go in the evening. But I was wondering about, yep, Miss Green knows the answer.
She has more historical context.
Yeah.
Yes.
You want mine?
Sorry about that. Yeah, so all of our middle and high school counselors, we meet with SCC regularly. So they come and they speak to them about the different opportunities. They also go directly to our sites and meet with the teams at our sites and have conversations. So besides our students being able to take, as Dr. Whitmer said, they can take up to 60 college credits and have that transfer onto their high school transcript. So in place of required high school courses. And besides that, we also come and we meet SEC in our different school sites. So each site can specifically choose classes to have on their campus as dual enrollment classes that are of interest to those specific students. So like at Orange High, there are real estate dual enrollment classes because they surveyed, and that was something that the students at Orange High were interested in. We have different biotechnology classes that are dual enrollment at El Medina, because that's what their students are interested in. Then we have before the bill and after the bill classes as options, but we also have some inside the bills. And sometimes if we find a dual enrollment class that our kids are interested in and Santiago Canyon College does not offer it, then we go with another college. In Santiago Canyon College, we have that conversation with them. So like, for example, at Elmo, we are able to offer horticulture that's through Saddleback, because it's not something that Santiago Canyon College offers. So we offer that during the day. So I would say we have a very robust dual enrollment program because we really believe that it is best for students to have that option. And like you said, sometimes it's because the class they want to take doesn't fit in their schedule. So, we're giving students that option so they can be college ready. So,
Thank you. The second question I have is related to CTE and the equity piece behind it. So we've talked about it at board meetings before, where we have a robust amount of CTE programs, but they're not at every campus. And I know that with the showcases, we've been trying to have the community aware of what some of those CTE programs are. And we're still growing with sending the messages out, but we still have students that aren't fully aware of what's going on. And it's not until they're potentially, failing or not interested in some of the courses that they're taking at their home high school, but potentially would be interested in a CTE pathway at a different site, which is great because then we have processes in place to be able to support those students to go into a different campus. The barriers that are still in place are that they have to open enroll. So they drop out of transportation. So they need to rely on their family to be able to get to that high school if that's where they want to enroll. And there's just other barriers in place related to that. And we kind of talked about it a little bit at the last board meeting. So my main question is, are there conversations to address that, to start breaking down those barriers, and also to address the messaging to ensure that our students are aware of the vast majority of opportunities that there are?
I can share again if that's okay. So we do have conversations with our sites every year, and we try to get with our students through surveying them and things. What are their interests? Which classes are not at their campus that they would like to have at their campus? And then we every year kind of evaluate. So like we're starting a new sustainable water technology pathway at Villa Park we're working on because that's something that they showed interest in. And then we also have some CTE pathways that run outside the bell. So like fire service is something that students from any school can take, and it's an outside the bell course. So we're trying to do things like that. And then with marketing, as you said, we've created a whole bunch of new marketing flyers for our CTE pathway that we hope will be a way that we can get out into the community and share a little more about what our CTE programs are. Because we really have some fabulous ones here in our district, and we want to make sure that our community knows about that, so students that are interested can find that career pathway for themselves.
Thank you.
So I have a question then. So bringing it back to the LCAP and LCFF, is transportation something that can be embedded into the LCAP that would address something like that? In other words, we say, look, we offer all of these. We need, additional funds to ensure the equity of offering all of these programs. Is that something that is built into the LCAP?
It could definitely be built into the LCAP to make sure that our students have access to the programs at our schools.
Completely.
Okay, and then is that something that we sort of evaluate each year based on our offerings, because obviously they change?
Right, the monies, yeah, exactly. The monies can shift based off of the needs of that respective school year.
Okay, and is that something that is a regular thing when you're creating the LCAP then? Is that a specific thing that you look at, a data point that you look at, or is that something you'll be doing more in the future?
Well, I can't.
Maybe Dr. Schaefer could address that question.
Yes, I apologize. I know Dr. Schaefer and Ms. Rodriguez and Dr. Lynn as well.
Is it okay? I'll go ahead and
that's
address.
fine.
All right. So no, up until this point, we haven't specifically spoke about adding more transportation as an action to the LCAP, but as I think it was DePauli or Lisa who just mentioned, that we do every year evaluate those actions and see if they are, still pertinent to our program, if they have run their course, what are the new interests or needs out there, and we reassess our actions and as we develop the next LCAP. So has that particular barrier been addressed frequently? Probably not, but it would be then moving forward. Now that I know that it's definitely a question and a concern, and it looks to be a barrier, that would be something that we would be looking at for the 26-27 LCAP for the actions. Absolutely.
Great, thank you.
Another solution we were also brainstorming was having those CTE programs at the beginning of the day, so 0 and first periods, or at the end of the day, so treat it like athletics where they can be transported. Because we have students that want to stay in their designated high school, whether it be because of an immersion program, so they can only go to Villa Park to be Mandarin immersion, but what if they want to also do construction at Elmo? So those are some of the things that maybe they're not being transported to a whole new school, but treat it almost like a college campus, that they go to different campuses depending on what their specialty is.
Ken?
And also to address the question that how did the district review the LCAP and also make changes such as the CT transportation. I mean, we had metrics for each of the goal to measure the success. And then, for example, goal 1, we had 23 metrics. And then we had percentage of the one that actually met the goal, improved and maintained, and the one that didn't even met our goal, and that's the area the team met regularly by the department, by the site, and we start shifting the funding and also provide action to actually to make sure we address that. That's why the mid-year, the update that we'll be looking at the upcoming, the new data, and also bring it up to all of you to share with that as well. Yeah.
Thank you for this. I'm going to talk about the dual enrollment again. I'm going to go back to that. I'm really happy to hear that there is some collaboration between the community colleges and the counselors. But one of the frustrations that I've heard from parents is that they don't think that the counselors are well prepared to really understand everything. Like some of the counselors may not really understand the graduation, whether one of those classes fulfill a graduation requirement or how it aligns with college and the impact on their GPAs, because we know that dual enrollment classes impacts their GPA. And I talked to Dr. Lynn about it. In the past, there was a student who took a lot of credits, but didn't realize he would only get a 4.0 GPA. No one ever told him that, and at the end of the day, even though he got straight A's, his grades were impacted because we never told him that, you know, it only counts on a 4.0 scale versus a 5.0 scale if he had taken an AP class instead. And so, not that I am expecting it to be changed, but I think there needs to be clear communication from the counselors to the students so they know how to make a decision whether they want to take an AP class or if they're going to take a college dual enrollment class. And I think those kind of things need to be more clearly communicated. And I also heard that sometimes, you know, they need to get waivers and sign-offs to take certain classes, and those are not done as quickly or as efficiently as it should be done.
So I do want to just make sure that when we're asking questions, we are relating it specifically to the LCAP and how, just because that's what they are here to present on. Great questions, but we need to make sure that we're, if that's something regarding professional development or something that needs to be built into the LCAP.
And I can reply really quickly to that. Due to there being such a wide variety of dual enrollment classes, we did create an internal document last year. And so the internal document lists all the SCC classes that can be taken by a student and which high school class it would give credit for. So we've been working on that. And then also we can make sure that we remind our counselors about the fact to remind the students that when you take a dual enrollment course, you're only getting the 4 points on a 4.0 scale and not the point bump.
Well, I think it kind of ties back to the equity issues too. So.
Thank you.
I would add to that, just to keep pulling it back to the 8 priority areas, that would be an example of the parent participation, the parent engagement side of it, and aligning that with the academic achievement and the outcomes there, right? So the 8 priority areas are going to overlap in many different ways. Our responsibility is to be really thinking about, if this is what we're working for all children, where are the gaps, the achievement gaps? How do we resource that? What's the parent piece of it? And you can start to see how those 8 priority areas start to interlink. So that's a great example of, let's make sure that we have the tools for our families to know when they're making decisions for their children. There may not be a cost to it,
right,
but it still would be part of a greater strategy in the LCAP in some way as it relates to parent engagement and student achievement.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for this. One question I had was, you'd mentioned like we survey the students and find out what they're into, and then if they're excited about particular programs, we offer at those schools. I don't have a sense of how it was determined in the past. Is that what we did in the past? Or like, how was it determined which 24 of these go to which schools?
Lisa Green, welcome back.
I guess related to that is, if we survey, you know, 9th graders and they say they're interested in water conservation, does it take us 2 years to get up that program? Or, you know, like, what is the timeline? Are we surveying 7th grader, you know?
Oh, okay. So for when it's a new course, we do, so it takes about a year. So basically what we do is when a school site hears about something that their students might be interested in, they come to us and we start the process. So for example, AP cybersecurity at Elmo. So College Board put out that they were doing pilots for that. The school site realized that they had students that might be interested in that. So we sent out a student survey and asked students, would you be interested in taking this type of a course? And so when we got back input that said that they would, we also looked, do we have a teacher on campus that's qualified to teach that course? And then we went through the process. And so that took us about a year, and now this year we are implementing that course. When it comes to a CTE pathway, it's sometimes a little more involved. So we look at, when we have those conversations with our school sites in the spring, is there something, not next year, but the year following that you would like to implement? And if there is, then we start the process that spring, and then we start, like for example, with the sustainable water technology. Santiago Canyon College has a very strong program with that. So we first met with them to learn about where our students would be progressing to. And then we learned about, and we had to look at the labor force details to figure out whether that was a high wage, high demand career, and it is. And so then we talked with the site, then the site had to get on board with that. Then they talked to their students to make sure their students were really interested in that as well. And now we have an advisory committee as we're starting to build out this course this year for implementation next year. We always ask that any new courses a site wants, that they give us the information by December. And as long as we have the information for a new course by December, we can usually, if it's not a really heavily involved course, we can build that out for the following fall.
So it sounds like, thank you. In general, we are aiming to grow as opposed to putting a lot of resources deep into the programs that we have and becoming, you know, if you will, like experts in those particular things.
Well, we're looking to first most expand the programs we have. But then we also have some programs, in the world of CTE, some pathways do kind of naturally start to lose their high wage, high demand skill. So we also look at pathways that we need to eliminate. So there may be pathways that do get eliminated because they're no longer at the forefront of future careers. And then there are pathways that we are constantly working to build, to make better, to make stronger. But we also have to look in the world of CTE is what are those future careers that are really going to be the most benefit for our students. And so in that way, we are always looking for new pathways, new ways to grow. So it's a three-pronged process. Which is not meeting our students' needs anymore, and we're going to phase out. How can we strengthen our current ones, and which new pathways are ones that are going to be a benefit to our students?
Thank you. And we'll stick with the LCAP, but I do want to go back to dual enrollment. You mentioned that the Santiago Canyon College, their teams will come to the high school. Mm-hmm. And what I'm wondering is if the faculty at Santiago Canyon College are part of those teams in terms of who is responsible for what and how exact, because dual enrollment can be a little messy and it could be specific to, you know, a school wants ASL. Well, how does the ASL department, you know, at SCC feel about, you know, someone else, you know, teaching, or they bringing, you know what I mean? Like the relationship can be very specific.
It's always with them. So often it's their teachers, so their department has to agree to have those classes at our campus. And then if we do have teachers that are qualified, then Santiago is the ones that will hire them to teach those courses. And then we have very big collaboration. So sometimes we build classes with Santiago dual enrollment classes. So we built a professional internship course around the health sciences CTE pathways. And that was something we met with their faculty, with their departments, and we built it together and then implemented it at our schools. So we do get in contact with their faculty on a monthly.
Not just like some dual enrollment person for the whole school. We're letting the faculty at this college talk with the teachers at, you know, so there is that level of connection.
Yeah, and our department curriculum, we meet with Santiago Canyon College one Friday every month. And in that, any new pathway or any pathways that we want to talk with, they'll bring their whole faculty or at least the dean of that department to the meeting so that we can actually talk with them and kind of work out which direction we want to go when it comes to certain courses.
And then, thank you. In terms of barriers and transportation and all of that, at the college level, they have a lot of hybrid classes or online classes. Are we exploring those options?
Yes.
You know, also?
We offer a variety of fully asynchronous, hybrid, and in-person on our campus courses, and then students are always welcome to take courses in person on their campus as well. So all options.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Can you explain the dollar amounts below each of these? So you have 3.8 million, 5.4 million, 1.1 million.
Yes.
And exactly what that means, because I believe we spend more than 5.4 million on CTE. So what does that number signify for purposes of the LCAP?
Yes, I'm happy to explain. Those are actually the supplemental and concentration dollars in that action. We did not include everything because we really wanted to focus on LCFF and those specific funds that are generated by our unduplicated population. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does make
perfect.
sense. And
Okay.
how do you arrive at that? I'm assuming you must spend time with the business office.
Completely, yeah.
When you're developing these.
Yeah, we have a big routine with our budget friends, and we have budget meetings that go on for, it feels like forever, huh, Magna? But we do meet with each site and each department, and they bring in all of their data to say what are their priorities. They're to come with a plan, and then we start to allocate the dollars on a budget spreadsheet together as a team. And so those numbers end up into our LCAP. And so those, actually at the back of the LCAP, if you have a chance to keep going to the end, you'll see the tables and it'll designate where the supplemental concentration are, if there's federal monies, other state monies.
Okay.
So it helps for the public to know the types of funds going into each action.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? Okay, rolling on to number 2. We're now at engagement, and I will flip the slide. So for this one, we brought in expanded learning because you can see the dollar amount as being very high. It is not supplemental concentration money that we are focusing on for this one. This is the one I said, this is not our LCFF dollars at work, but expanded learning was developed by our state to address the needs of the students that are considered unduplicated, so our English learners, low income, and our foster youth. So we want to share about how these funds have been utilized to actually expand opportunities within our schools for students to have more spaces and cares, or to expand our ACES, which is our after-school enrichment and safety program. There is a limit in the grant, so through our ELOP, we're able to offer more spaces and giving children that opportunity to stay after school every day in enriching programs and getting homework help and physical education. So I wanted to explain that part. But beginning this year, we're really proud of the fact that our state has now given us the opportunity to access expanded learning opportunities to all of our elementary. Before, it was really directed to our unduplicated pupils, and if we would try to fit in others if we could, if there was space, but now we can offer to all, and they all have access. And access can mean being in a program that might be an after-school, everyday, childcare kind of a situation, or it could mean every Tuesday they're doing one special club. So there's a range of opportunities for them. What truly makes our expanded learning program really stand out is the foundation that it's really built on the student interest, the parent interest, and staff. So they do look at what kids want to do. We also look at data. So if we need to have tutoring is offered as well. So they look at their local data as well as the interests of all of our places. Some examples to give you an idea, if you're not familiar of all the activities, they could be engaged in learning how to play a guitar. They could be learning Spanish in Spanish Club, running club, cooking, chess, esports, drone league, art club. Even we have a site that does yo-yo. For academic support, we have homework clubs at our sites, math intervention. We have a variety of science clubs, tutoring by grade level, and even an iReady club. So each site is tailored a little differently, but we have something for that, engaging the child and just having fun being at school, and then the ones with the academic focus. And since the inception of the ELOP funds that we have, a significant benefit of these dollars is the flexibility it gives our sites. These funds allow the sites to reallocate the supplemental funds that they had in the past, where they would provide after-school programming with their funds, but on a much smaller scale. And now, because we have ELOP, now they can take those funds and use it on their other priorities. So it has maximized what the school can offer. And I'll delve a little bit more into that when we get into our next goal.
Can I just ask a quick question
Yes.
on that? So for those programs, is priority given to our unduplicated
No,
pupils?
not anymore.
So no priority at all?
No, they can get in. And our team is excellent at, if they cap out by the ratios, they're building another class. So what happens is when you go in, because now we're using 6 crickets, and if you go in, you pick your school, and let's say it's Jordan, and then they list all with cute little tiles, and they'll say, I want to register for tutoring for 4th grade. If it says wait list, our team is going to fix that wait list and open up another section. So they're on it, and we have like a dedicated person truly working with 6 crickets. So if there's a wait list, it is probably a couple of days, and then they fix it to make sure.
Just to clarify, 6 crickets is a registration system used by the program.
And I know this was a big topic of conversation last year, and I know you bring up Jordan because that was where the question really arose, but I know it exists elsewhere. And that is the fact that, at least anecdotally, they saw a drop in the number of UPP, unduplicated pupils, that were signing up because they weren't able to register through paper. They were only able to do it online, and they weren't doing it for whatever reason. Parents weren't available, they didn't have technology, they didn't know how to utilize the technology, whatever. So are we addressing that? Because we still want to make sure that we're offering this program to students who need it.
Definitely. We have multi-ways of handling it at the sites, especially the populations that have a higher Spanish-speaking population of parents. We have our community leads who work really closely with our expanded learning program, so they can bring in the parent into their room and actually help them. We also have a personnel on the other end of a phone at our expanded learning office that they can call, and she will guide them and register for them. And we've also just registered for them if they just tell us that they need to get in. But the 6 crickets is very intuitive. It's wonderful. It really is.
How is that process that you just mentioned, person on the other end, having them come into the office or having them sign up, how is that different than it was last year? What did you add to it?
We changed the platform because before we were using Elio, which was not as intuitive. So now it's something that they can even change the language to what they need. If they want to have everything in Spanish, they can convert it to Spanish.
But that still requires technology, which doesn't get over that hump. How are we addressing that?
That's where they can come to the school site, work with the community lead. The community lead can work with them and say, which one do you want to enroll your children into? And they can walk with them or do it for them.
But one of the problems was a lot of these parents weren't available during the school day. So they were working, maybe they're working multiple jobs. And so they weren't able to even get there. And they weren't receiving information, paper flyers on the classes. So they weren't even necessarily aware of the opportunity. So that to me is a real barrier to participation, particularly if we're now not prioritizing certain students, so we're not focused on them. I fear that they will drop out at an even higher rate. And how are we measuring that, making sure that that's not happening? Because everything you're talking about existed last year, and it still fell off. The registration still fell lower for the more vulnerable populations. So how do we measure that?
Well, we're measuring it by our enrollment right now. So I have some numbers. So in our ELOP right now, we have enrolled over 5,000, and our attendance is about 4,800. So we're seeing that they're coming, those that enrolled. So, and those numbers are about the same as last year. So I can try to get a sort of a look at the whole year and see where the dips are, and we can monitor that. But we're working really closely with the sites. So even if a principal finds out a parent wants to enroll, the principal can do it for them. I mean, there really are no barriers as long as they communicate to us and we tell them. They all know through the social media, those kind of things. They look at their phones and they can get like a school messenger message about the opening times for the registration. So we just did that, and that's how we have enrollment. It's only been a few weeks, and we've already have a very hefty enrollment.
Can I help answer that question?
Great. Yeah.
Because I'm sharing my experience as a parent now.
Sure.
So we are, and this is one school site, and I'm
Yeah.
assuming it was a message that was shared with all principals of, we're laying this out.
Mhm.
We received a text message the day before registration was open. My children came home with flyers of classes, and then Six Crickets is way easier to use than LEO.
Yeah, LEO.
Before,
Mhm.
where it evens like shadows or like dims the classes that my students don't qualify for. So it's not as confusing rather than seeing 10 different classes, not sure whether your student falls in that grade. So if my student's in 5th grade and can only do tutoring for these different classes, it goes that way. And it also rules out, like if you already signed up for another class, then it says like you don't qualify for this class because you're already enrolled in another class that day of the week. But there were multiple things. So we did get a paper flyer, a text message, an email,
Probably an
and in
email.
the principal newsletter.
Mhm.
And then I think posted on social media.
Social media, we put it
But
out. Mhm.
I don't know if that was like
That's pretty typical,
the
yeah.
foundation of, or like a memo that was sent to all principals to share.
There was,
Okay.
yeah. My team sent that out to every single principal.
Which is
and-
very different from last year, because last year
Yes.
we found out after the fact, the classes had already started maybe 2 weeks in, that there were like
Yeah.
ELOP classes after school.
So the paper flyers sounds like it's new because last year they were told it was a no paper policy, that they couldn't send the flyers out. And maybe you can clarify this because while I'm thinking about it, you said that we have the same number of kids that signed up last year. So 5,000. But last year, the priority was given to unduplicated pupils. This year, it's open to everyone, and we still have the same number of people. It didn't increase.
We just started. So it's literally been, I think, about a week. So the numbers will continually to go up, because remember, it's based on what they're offering at that time. And the offerings are going to change throughout the year. So the enrollment will go up.
Could I share my experience as a parent? Because I did not receive the flyer. And
maybe school by school also.
right. So my question is, I received a flyer that said, here's some offerings, here's the cost. And so my question is, can a principal, for example, choose to put like all of their ELOP money into like CARES and then say, and here's some other enrichment things that we've contracted with that you can pay for? Like, is that a choice?
We can look at that and see if it's feasible with all of the funds, because it could limit how many offerings we could even add as enrichment. Because
Right.
CARES is part enrichment, but it's like a child care. I know they don't like me saying that, but it's more of a child care program. So the other, learning how to hip hop, be a DJ, those
I'm
kind
not
of things.
suggesting that be what a principal does. I'm just asking, like,
Yeah,
is that-
they do have some ability to direct how the funds will be used. But our other challenge with offering CARES to all is our facility usage. So
that was another question. Like,
yeah.
can they or we use this funding for, like, if more kids need CARES, facilities for that?
Well, I would defer to my budget friends, but but we can do that. It's still dependent on the facilities, the area that we can actually add to, if it's even feasible at a campus. Because like a campus like Panorama, there's no way to add anything. And yes, they would love to have more spaces, but there's other campuses that we can add to. So it just
So
sort
this
of
$9
depends.
million can go to that.
Yes, yes.
Thanks.
Yeah, it's all in the program plan. We try to put as many options in the plan that's on our website to make sure we cover all of these different kind of scenarios.
So just quickly, and I know Dr. Menardez wants to make a comment. I know as a principal, there are times that you're at home and it's 10 o'clock at night and you're in bed and you go, oh my gosh, I forgot to send that message. And that happens. I mean, they're busy. And I know that the thought is you send something from the district, the parents don't tend to listen to it as much. But I think that needs to be a backup. I think it has to come from the district as well as have the school sites do it, because they will get missed. Not every principal is probably doing the text messages that maybe are happening at some sites. Or have a social media thing, And not every school has a community lead.
Right.
There are a lot of schools with even just a small population of Spanish-speaking, parents, and hopefully the flyers are going out, if they're going out in, both languages. But we also have other languages that they may have no idea what's going on. We had, a couple Vietnamese speakers at our school, and I always felt like, oh my gosh, we got to get, how do we get this to them? So, I mean, if we're talking about equity, and I know it's hard because we have 24-some thousand students to reach, but we really need to make sure that we are doing everything to reach them. And then just quickly, is there a reason why we're not prioritizing? I may have missed that, prioritizing our ELEPs.
Because now the legislature made it
That's what I
open
thought.
access to all because
So we
of
went back to
the
equality instead of equity.
to the UPP numbers. Since we now have more than 50%,
right?
Then now we are allowed to give it to all.
But at the sites, they can still make sure that we're giving some type of priority, because I know I've seen it happen where you open it up to everybody, and the ones who have the social media and the ones who are paying attention, or maybe aren't working 3 jobs, they're going to be the first ones in line every time. And we have to make sure we're giving them the right size stools, not all the same stools.
And let me add to the numbers that I shared with you, because I only told you the ELOP. So for our ACES, we're at 1,214. And for CARES, we're over 2,127, and we've been riding under 2,000 since COVID. So that's a total of 8,534 kids after school out of our 12,000.
And that, I mean, that's great. Those are great numbers. But we're also receiving a lot of money for this. We are, I mean, this has been a state priority. And so while I appreciate, everything happens differently on different campuses, and I understand there's different needs on different campuses, but I do think there needs to be uniformity, and it needs to be required, because we're receiving, over a 3-year period, I can't remember how many millions. Salema?
It's almost
close to 20 million.
$20 million for this program. We should be able to reach every single parent if we can. I mean, it should be a priority. Anyway.
Definitely. And we can work with our communications on that too.
So what it sounds like the board would be interested in is, and I'm going to again take it back to the 8 priority areas. So in the 8 priority areas, there are metrics, right? And Dr. Lynn mentioned that. And as it relates to expanded learning, there is not a metric that is specific to that the state holds us accountable to. That's where we get to determine our own local metric. So if the board is interested in increasing the number of students that are participating in expanded learning, then we could start with a baseline of where we're at right now, and then we create a strategy going into next year's LCAP on how we're going to increase the numbers. And the board can also say, not only do we want to increase it across the board, but we want to increase the historically underserved by an additional percentage, right? So that's something that the board can consider to give direction to staff. We create that baseline, and we design the strategy to make that happen. And it's your direction about, this is what we as a school district want to offer for our community. We do have a lot of money coming in. How are we monitoring that? And then we work with our staff and our principals to say, now you look at your own personal data, and how are you going to keep increasing that and giving access to students? So those are the kind of direction you can give us as we move through this for this year, because remember, the current LCAP, it's in place. This is as we move forward, right? So again, that's an opportunity for you to provide voice and direction to us, and then we implement.
And if I may add to the superintendent's comment, I already write it right here and say need a metric for this. And then not only that, that every metrics at the district, you can see not only we do overall, we break it down by subgroup. So every single metric is not just one metric. We also look at all the subgroups. So it's already here, and also add the CTE expansion. We gotta have a metric to measure that. Where now CTE currently we have the completion rate. And we do have some type of metric, but not the overall, I mean, like the increasing and break it down subgroup and also by site, because that's what I heard. So we'll definitely make sure it's there. It's right there on my note.
Sorry, it could be as easy as just opening registration for historically marginalized populations a couple weeks before, with sending targeted messaging and phone calls and different things like that. But the other metric I'd like to see is the school sites and their after school programs that are directly correlated with their data. So for example, if we know that there's a site that dropped in literacy, what after school program is specifically tied to that, as well as for math, and it doesn't necessarily have to be tutoring. I think it's common to just think like, oh, we're just going to offer more tutoring, and so the child's not interested because they're already doing that during the school day, and then it's more instruction after school. That we need to expand bio nerds and the Lego classes. Like they're still developing all the different academic areas with the play attached to it. So I'd love to see those connections of literacy with math and what after school programs are directly connected to that, and seeing the data hopefully improve.
Yep, totally understand.
Okay.
So since we're on the subject of after-school programs, I know that I talked to you in our last meeting. How is it decided where CARES is? Like, I was asked recently by a parent why there's no CARES at Taft.
Well, at one point, and this could go a while ago, I think we had it and it just fizzled out. But the other part of it is then the state came in with the ACES grant, and that became free to the families at the schools that we applied for, and Taft was one of them. So it's at many of the sites that are large number of low-income families. So they have the free option, and CARES is parent-paid.
Am I right that there is an after-school program at every elementary school?
Every
That's
single
right.
one.
Okay. Yeah. Just wanted to double check since we were on that subject. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
And in the interest of play as well, because we know the academics are important, and of course the additional intervention for students. I spoke with the principal at Fairhaven, Principal Jimenez, and some of our students do need to have some interaction with sports. And not every one of the after-school program has that opportunity. They have the dance, they have the crafts, and the intervention. But because of where they're uniquely located, sometimes they don't qualify for different sports programs in Orange. And then sometimes there's a transportation issue within Santa Ana. So could that be put in to the consideration, you know?
Completely.
Okay, because I think that's...
We have some great partners that do that and would love to expand.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, we have a ton of partners that honestly are doing great work. Like you mentioned, Bio Nerds, Lego, we have Elevo, there's a ton. So we're happy to keep expanding. Any others? Okay. Okay, I have the next one, which is additional health supports. And this, for years, our district has prioritized equitable health care and support for all our students. Our mission is to promote the health and well-being of the entire school community by eliminating obstacles to student attendance and readiness to learn, therefore increasing the engagement in school. So under the direction of our Student and Community Services Department, providing healthcare services directly on campus through additional nursing support, also free dental clinics, vision screenings, and mental health supports. This helps reduce the time away from school and ensures students receive care without sacrificing instructional time. For many of our families, access to timely and affordable health care is limited, and these services make a meaningful difference. Our nursing initiative extends beyond basic services. The additional nurses provide that crucial support. They connect families in need with the community resources and directly communicating with family about the importance of school attendance and when a student should stay home. This aims to reduce excessive absences and improve attendance for these vulnerable groups of students. Any questions?
So are we adding this in our own LCAP because the county lost funding for school readiness nurses? Is this to replace that?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
No, that's a separate
thing.
Separate thing, yeah. This is just to improve our student to nurse ratio.
Got it. Okay.
And I want to clarify that those two numbers are actually swapped between the intramural sports and the additional health support. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, so there's a little bit of a swap, and I apologize about that.
Okay, that was swapped.
that
So
makes
some,
sense.
okay.
Yeah, I was like,
Sorry about that.
Does mental health fall in this category?
It sort
And
of
how
does,
does
but
that-
we have another action for that. And we did not bring that one up tonight.
Okay.
Yeah. But I don't know if we want to talk about it. Anything else? Questions? Okay. Dr.
Last
Patmos?
question, sorry.
Oh.
This is also site-specific, so the principal can identify the different health needs that are at that site, which is completely different from the district-wide health fair that we have.
So with their nurse, restate your question. I'm trying to understand what you're asking.
That well, let's narrow it down to like a site example, I guess. The nurse would be able to identify the need within their own school site, knowing
Completely, yeah.
which services to bring in,
Mhm.
whether it's screenings or
The nurses work very closely with the principal and the front office staff and the health clerk, who's the front line there. So as they're engaging with parents, they're learning about situations. They get a new student, principal's like, you know what, let's screen for hearing. Maybe we need to check on something. So they're right there on the front lines and communicating. So they get full knowledge. Or a teacher can approach them. They said they've noticed something. So they're right on the spot to support.
could that also be connected to parent involvement? Where
Yeah, because they will work with the parents to educate them on some needs. Sometimes they have those hard conversations with them, about getting some special care, for their child. So yeah, there's definitely a parent engagement piece, but it's engagement for students, but yes, it can be expanded for parents.
Do you happen to know what our ratio was and what it is now? That may be a question beyond this, but that's okay.
I don't know. Mr. Angel knows.
Good evening. We currently have 18 nurses, and we have 1 nurse lead for all sites.
And do you know what the ratio is per student, or that's okay?
I do have that, but I can provide that later.
Yeah, you can provide it later. That's totally fine. Because we used to be pretty.
It was.
It was not a great ratio.
But I
So I'm assuming it's improved quite a bit.
It has, and I can tell you this, because other districts did reach out to me because they were comparing their ratio to ours, and actually their ratio, they have there's fewer nurses across the district, across the county that serve other districts. So we have more nurses serving our schools compared to other districts. So
And
that's
that
a great thing.
one seems to be really responsive, I think, to the LCAP survey. That always seems like it came up, or at least it's come up in.
I want to say back in the
parent
day, we had a nurse 1 time a week, and they had to serve 5 schools. So it was a lot of students per nurse.
Can I just clarify? Sorry. Me over here. He's like, who's talking? Is that are we talking all the sites? This isn't just elementary. This is all the sites.
All sites.
We have 18 nurses out amongst our 40
So
sites.
each high school gets their own nurse, and then we have elementary schools and middle schools that share a nurse. So depending on the size of the school, depending on which schools have a large number of SPED kids or large number of health plans, those schools tend to get more days with a nurse.
Okay, so the days are divided up by the needs at the school.
Exactly, and every single year I have the lead nurse as well as a group of nurses look at all the numbers, so that way, there's equity across the board.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and talk about, I'm okay to move on? Okay. I'm going to go ahead and talk about intramural sports. So the Office of Secondary Education views intramural sports and athletics not just as extracurricular activities, but as a crucial investment in our core goals. We fund these programs to eliminate barriers and ensure equity in access, allowing all students to participate. This strategic commitment maximizes student engagement and strengthens school connectedness, which are foundational to our success. Through intramural sports, we prioritize cultivating teamwork. By providing these outlets, we are actively fostering a positive school culture, and directly contributing to the holistic well-being, social, emotional, and physical of our middle school students. And the different sports that we provide at our middle schools include basketball, volleyball, flag football, soccer, and then track as well.
Okay, so all of those sports are at every middle?
My understanding is all of our schools, because they play each other, so yes, they might not sometimes host a team based off of interest, maybe at the school site, but these are the schools that our district offers, yes.
Okay. I know a year or two ago, I had a few parents at Cerro Villa that were asking questions about intramurals, so I didn't know if this was something that's fairly new in the last year or two, so.
No, it's been around. It's just
the
been
same.
growing.
Okay. Okay. If we really did have 1.8 million, that would be some intramural program, but that is
Sorry
switched.
about that.
Yeah,
That's a little bit of a
thought,
swap.
wow, that's awesome. Okay, thank you.
So is the money spent on like uniforms and supplies, like is that basically what it goes to?
And probably transportation as well, getting our kids from school to school, yes.
And referee fees, that kind of thing.
Have we surveyed, so we get emails and there's concern, for example, soccer is very popular. What % of kids are involved in these kinds of sports that might, want that at the intramural level, despite that it's also offered, in other places, if that makes sense.
Can you repeat that, please?
Do we ask what they want?
Yeah,
basically?
I'm not sure about that information at the present moment, but that's something that I could definitely check in with the schools about.
So even at the high school level, for example, there is a high school soccer team, but there might still be interest in a intramural team. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So just to ask, I guess I'm asking Dr. Vang, well, the money is for middle school specifically.
It's for middle school, yes.
And the conversation at this moment is not about high school with regards to intramural.
Correct.
But there are people who do want to have intramural at the high school, in addition to their CIF sanctioned sport, right? That's what I think you're saying, right?
And I think I heard secondary, so that's why I made that.
Yeah, so the secondary office, because middle school does fall
Right.
into secondary, that is why we prioritize that monies towards middle school intramurals.
But we could to the high schools as well.
That is something we could look into, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to find out, I understand that the budget covers transportation, referees, coach uniforms. Where do you get your coaches, or do you work with another company, or are they intern, or how does that work?
They're usually a staff member on site.
Staff member?
Yeah.
Okay. And then I wanted to find out, do you have is it open to everyone who wants to play? Do you have a cut policy, or how does that work?
So my understanding is, having spoken to one of our principals about this, there is tryouts because some of our sports, there's high interest in them, and we are competing against other school sites. So sometimes there could be an A/B team, but there are tryouts related to the athletic programs, yes, the intramural sports.
But that also can be a barrier to kids who maybe are still developing their skills. I mean, they may be competing against kids who already have the background in that area, and so that would create
A barrier.
a barrier or not equitable situation. So I would highly encourage that we allow all kids to participate if that's possible.
Trustee Yamasaki, just to jump in, I know we had met with a parent, the one I kind of was talking about, and that was what happened, is his child was cut for soccer in 7th grade. And we all know 7th grade boys they could be my size, they could be shorter, taller. I mean, they're all over the place, and if they want to play, they should be able to play.
Yeah, especially at the middle school level.
Right, and kind of like we were talking about with ELOP, it would be nice to be able to say, oh, there's not room, we're going to make room.
Yeah.
We'll hire another coach, we'll hire an assistant, whatever it is we need to do, and to make sure we have the money in ELAB for that. And I'm totally on board with the high school thing for next time, because as someone who played junior high sports, but then surprisingly, I wasn't tall enough to keep playing basketball in high school, but intramurals were amazing. I mean, and we should offer that to everybody, because not everybody's going to be able to play, you know, and that was huge for me. So just, you know,
Yeah.
off the soapbox now.
Yeah. Thank you for that. We good? Okay, rolling into home here. Conditions and climate, our third goal that we're going to focus on. The first one is the school site allocations. So to uphold our commitment to equitable education, every school in our district receives supplemental funds based upon their population of unduplicated pupils. This is because, and I don't know if you know this, that at least 25%, every school has at least 25% or more unduplicated pupils. So when we're looking at, like in Anaheim Hills, they have at least 25% of their, so a quarter of their population fall into this category. And these are the students that generate the funds. So we make sure that we have allocated to each of those sites based on their per pupil, per UPP numbers, so that they can provide those targeted resources and have equitable access at their site to high quality education. So the utilization of these funds is very comprehensive. It focuses on two key areas. It enhances academic achievement and also fostering a positive school climate. So some examples would be they would use their funds for professional learning. They are investing in ongoing training and development for their teachers to improve instructional strategies, particularly usually for our diverse learners. Sites may invest in their teachers to attend relevant workshops or conferences, extra earnings to create some curriculum for their sites, analysis of assessments that leads to planning, and even specialized support for English language learners. Some sites also fund their EL resource teacher, and this is providing dedicated personnel to offer direct support in the language acquisition for our students. They provide intervention and try to get our children, we want to get them reclassified as quickly as possible, and so that is the main charge of those EL resource teachers. They also purchase essential supplies and resources, ensuring classrooms are equipped with the up-to-date materials, technology, learning aids that cater to the various learning styles and support rigorous academic content. This could include supplemental textbooks, educational software, and hands-on learning kits. They also use their funds for enriching field trips and experiential learning, so that the funding opportunities for students to engage in educational excursions that really broaden their horizons, connect the classroom learning to real world, and expose them to cultural and historical sites. Beyond academics, the supplemental funds are also used strategically to cultivate a supportive and inclusive school. They do this by having community liaisons at many of these sites where they have a large number of parents that speak another language, and most of the times it is Spanish. They employ these staff members who act as the vital bridge between school and home. These liaisons facilitate the communication, they address family concerns, and they connect families with essential resources, thereby fostering a stronger home-school partnership. We also use these funds for parent engagement activities. They might use staff members or hiring consultants to hold evening events or day events, depending on what the needs are at the site, that are centered on academic content areas. You know, science nights, reading night, that kind of a thing. They offer that, as well as the parent education on how to support their early learner, homework help, those kind of things. That's one other way that they use their funds. They also use the funds for engaging activities during the school day. They might bring in consultants to lead assemblies or engaging activities, or even for their own staff to lead fun and engaging events during this day. The allocation and expenditure of these funds are not arbitrary, but are planned and documented in their school plans for student achievement. These plans are developed through a highly collaborative process involving a diverse group of parents, administrators, teachers, and in some cases, students at the secondary. The collaborative approach ensures that the fund usage is directly responsive to the identified needs at their site. And it's aligned with both the individual student goals and the overarching district-wide objectives. So every SIPSA is aligned to our LCAP. The transparent and inclusive planning process is fundamental to maximizing the impact of supplemental funds and ultimately contributing to improved outcomes for their students. Any questions?
I have a quick question. How do community leads differ from the community liaisons?
The community liaisons are really sort of the conduit of communication, the front line, and the office. So they're really tailoring their support for supporting the teacher that might not be able to speak in the same language. Their office support on trying to get parents to turn in their documents, the data confirmation, those kind of administrative things. But they're also a liaison to some of the resources, immediate resources. Our community leads take it a little higher level. They do connect them to resources, but they also provide education. They plan events based on the needs of the site. So it's similar, but a little different. I know it's a little confusing.
Seems like they kind of overlap to some
They
degree.
do, yeah.
So obviously not all schools have community leads,
Yes,
but
not all schools have community liaisons.
okay. So how do you determine which one gets a
That's
liaison, a
usually
lead,
based
or
on the
both?
number. When a school office is having to address a lot of language needs, then the principal looks at their budget and they're determining, okay, we need to hire someone to address and support the parents that are coming in.
Okay.
So it's usually, I'd say, if our population has more than 25%, you're probably going to have a school that is hiring a community liaison with their supplemental funds to address the equity need.
Okay. Thanks. I just wanted that clarification.
Yeah.
The other thing you mentioned is engaging activity during the school days.
Mhm.
Can you give me some examples of that? With that,
Yeah, like assemblies.
Assemblies.
Yeah, so they'll have the imagination machine, walk
okay.
through.
I was looking for more specific, like imagination machine, or
Yeah.
is that
They
the
have
art or
the arts, but we have an arts grant that's taking care of
Okay.
that, so that's been helpful. These other funds are helping, and so now our sites are pivoting and trying to find other ways, especially if they don't have a highly organized PTA. They really do, want
So
to
they
use
pull
these
the-
funds.
Okay.
And then for field trips too, no student is denied to go on a field trip, so they will use these funds to make sure that every child can participate. So,
Okay. Thank you.
yes.
There's so many things you can do with the money, so I'm curious. Could a particular site utilize the money for parent education? In other words, like PK?
Yes.
And then that money potentially could be partnered with community schools money in order to do a little bit more robust?
Completely, yeah. We love to braid funds wherever we can to really reach out further, yeah.
And when it comes to the EL resource teacher,
Mhm.
maybe it was wrong, but once upon a time, that could come out of Title I funds,
Mhm.
right? And so now that would not necessarily have to be the case. Therefore, other schools could utilize that money for specific groups, populations on campus for additional support. Is that-
Exactly, yeah. So we've had schools that were not Title I have resource teachers because they have enough of these LCFF funds to do so. So it's been a blessing for those schools. Yeah.
I have a specific question and a larger question. My specific question is, where exactly do parent organizations come in? Because for me, I see the parent involvement under the engagement piece, but then as a parent, when I think of, I really like the school climate, at my school, that's, I think about the PTA or, so where is that measured in any way? I know that it's measured in other ways because they help provide funding for programs, right?
Well, we measure just by attendance at different events by school. You know, so we have that metric in our LCAP of.
Is that by like sign-in sheets?
Sign-in sheets, yeah. Yeah, so we have that kind of metric. Are you have an idea of a new metric that I'd love to know about?
Are there meetings?
That's what I'm
know,
saying, the
like-
meetings, the events, yeah.
So not only children events, but just like, are there parent meetings?
Yes,
And we,
yes.
Okay. My other larger question is this like they need to spend all the money or it rolls over kind of scenario?
They need to spend money on this year's kids. This year's money on this year's kids is what they are told. So we really try to adhere to that because especially with our LCAP funds, we have to address why they didn't spend their money. And we literally have to explain it in the document to be very transparent.
Okay.
And things do happen when we could not get enough subs and they budgeted for subs. So we had to pivot and do some changes to their school plans to address that. So.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I have a question about the collaborative process specifically with school site councils. And again, every single school does it very differently. But as a district, could we support principals with the messaging? So sometimes it's really difficult to explain what even school site council does in recruitment of families to join. And
well, with school site council, we definitely could. I mean, I could talk with Sandy about how we could do that. But school site council isn't elected, you know, so they are elected, so there should be elections happening at every site. But I think also the messaging then could include anyone can attend the meeting, they just won't be a voting participant, you know, so that we could put in the messaging.
I think all of those pieces are unclear of like what the role is if you serve on school site council and your responsibilities with managing the budget and the creating the plan, helping the principal create the school plan with input, because then it falls back again with the theme that we're talking about tonight. It's like all those that check their email and are responsive to messages that come out, or have the flexibility to have the communication with the front office or the principal are aware of what's going on. And sometimes principals also are, because they need to fill the council, like asking personally parents to run for these positions. And we would want to have diversity on these councils of not just across age of the students that are at their school site, but potentially backgrounds or lived experience to help inform what kind of school events should be created.
Okay.
And so I think the messaging piece to support principals would be helpful. I think Mr. Angel has an additional
I think we
comment
can do that.
I do want to add something to that. I know my office, along with our community leads and April Artosa, we are working on a toolkit, which is a handbook that it does exactly what you're asking for. So we do have guidance for the school sites and parents for DLAC, and we're going to have it for school site council. We're also going to have it for our community schools. So that is in the works.
That's great. Do you know when that's coming out?
I don't have a specific date, but it's in the final stages.
But
So I would say maybe in the next 2 weeks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Write that
So-
down.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah.
I did.
But I would want to add that the community leads are working on that, but then we would want to be able to share that with our entire district, you know, so, yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Can you make sure that we get a copy of it so we know what our parents are getting in case? Okay.
I had a couple questions. So one thing, I'm just kind of hearing a common theme, and it's because I have my principal ears on, as you know, I'm always going to. We need to really support our principals. Everything sounds like it's the principals need this and they need this help and they're doing this, and you know, I think that's a given, and that's something for next LCAP. We've got to figure out how we're going to do that, whether it's site support, administrative TOSAs, whatever it may be. The other thing, and this is something I think we can develop as we talk to Dr. Monades more, because I know that one of the things, I've said this before, that really struck me when we were in the interview process is that you talked about specifically allocating funds to sites based on need. And I know we do some of that, but I think we can go further. You know, just saying with the liaisons, for example, you know, that's something, if a site wants to have a liaison, that's something the principal looks at their budget and figures out if they can do it. I've been in that position, and you have to decide, do I have this or do I have this? I need both, plus more. You know, we always need more.
Completely, yeah.
So is there a way, and I should know this, but I don't, in the LCAP, do you have money that you can, I know you have to allocate everything, but is there something for specific site support? So if I came to you, you know, as a principal and said, I need this liaison, but I don't have enough money for this other thing I need, and the
Right.
district can say, we have that
Yes.
money to support you with.
So if you recall, when you were there.
I'm having some memories, because we've had lots of those
Yes.
meetings, Mrs. Rodriguez.
Yeah, and we did support those schools
Yeah.
that had the need.
Yes.
So especially with our Mandarin, we
Right.
we supported those needs with instructional supply support money, sub money, so that they could do
Right.
some planning together. So that was all district, and that came out of my accountability budget.
Right.
We have a site where they can't afford their resource teacher anymore, but the need is there. So we are taking care of supporting that. So
Okay.
we are sort of a case by case kind of a thing. I would love to talk with budget and try to get more creative with that. So
Yeah, and I know you guys did that. I also know it was kind of like, well, you know, we can't do this for everybody, but
I know.
But as we look at the next budget, because, you know, of course, if you say, oh, we've got all this money, every principal is
know.
going to find more that they
can
want.
we rewind that?
Yeah, no editing, sorry. No, but, you know, to be able to look forward when the principals are doing their plans at the end of the year and say,
Completely,
hey,
yeah.
these are some things we may need to make room for, and have those kind of, ooh, we didn't count on this, but now this site's going to need more money. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
I'm open. Well, it's not me anymore.
You know me. I'm also open.
I think what's really important is the balance of. No, let me pull back. What I wouldn't want for the district is for us not to have this consistency across, and that it's reliant on who has enough courage or has a relationship with someone to ask, right? So we want to work on looking at it through various lenses of what's the model that we want to have, you know, what's the tier one for all of our schools, and then as we look at the varying needs based on the learning needs that we know, how does the district support that so that it's not even reliant on the principal to figure that out, right? I think that that's really important as we work to be this district of excellence. I want to support the principals and say, look, at every school we're going to offer a literacy at every elementary. And then on the schools that we know academically our children come in and they need more than that, those schools we're going to provide this resource or this enhancement. And maybe that might look like, and I might freak my principals out by saying this, but it might look like a little bit less of a site allocation, because we're saying we're going to provide this because we know what's best practice and we can support this. And we can put some money aside for those, you know, we get the data on the dashboard after the LCAP has already been approved. We need to have kind of this emergency approach to this year. We know we didn't think the school was going to need it, but now we have a resource, some kind of team or support that can go out. And so maybe it looks less about money, but it looks more about supports that we can move throughout the school years as we progress. So I want to put that out there because I don't want us to become, well, if I know so-and-so, I can get this, and this one doesn't, right? That doesn't lead to a very strong culture. It becomes very competitive. So I appreciate you writing it down, and what we really need to be thinking about are what are the models and frameworks that we're going to work through, and then how do we support our schools, and what do we need to offer as we move forward.
Can I add to that? One model that can strengthen all the other systems would be the family engagement one, because if we have parent champions amongst all our school sites that are supporting the principals through, you know, connecting with families to encourage them to apply to do these things, like we keep talking about, well, the principal knows all, therefore they're the ones passing on the message, but they already have too much on their plates. And like Trustee Pelley was sharing, it's already a lot that we're adding onto them, which that's why we're having the conversations at the district level to see how we could alleviate that. But at the same time, if we're really creating sustainable systems, then it would fall under family engagement, because our families would then continue to grow from elementary school to middle school to high school. And so it would just create something where we would have all these discussions with them, that they would be the ones to carry it on, to have those, trying to think of the word, but it's like building that trust, because it's easier for a parent to talk to another parent rather than trying to fight those barriers of, well, now I have to go talk to someone of authority.
I have a question and or suggestion, but please tell me if this is a ridiculous thought. So I just learned that if we sign in, then it's a measure of climate. Does it make sense to, I feel like parents care about the dashboard. They look at the dashboard, everyone looks at it, and people want to know what their school is ranked. Do we just let the parents know? You know, attendance is important for your child's learning, clearly. But also, we're rated and ranked on this, and it affects our funding. And, you know, does it make sense to provide to parents, like, here's what our ratings are, and make sure you come to things and sign in, because that helps your school and it helps the district, you know, in these different ways.
I'm processing. Are you referring to the dashboard?
Yeah.
Okay. So on our California school dashboard, we are rated, you know, based on our attendance and all. For the parent engagement, they call that a local indicator, and we have a narrative we fill out and sort of rate ourselves on that, you know, so it's a little different, but we could look at how we can enhance that by.
I guess for me, like,
Yeah.
if the parents knew, you
Mhm.
know, that all of these different things that they could control, right? They can control, you know, sending their kid to school and not going on vacation at particular times, right?
Yes, please.
Maybe that would help
Yeah.
it.
Okay. Yeah, no. Anything else? Yes.
I think it would be beneficial to clarify this, the rating or ranking with regards to attendance. I just want the viewing public to be clear, because there is not a ranking, right? But I just want that to be clear to everybody.
Correct.
And then there is not necessarily, when you look at the dashboard, a ranking.
Correct.
There's a rating,
Yeah.
right? And it's pretty, you know, you use all the different
Blue and
colors, but it's not, there's no ranking. So
Correct.
what parents sometimes, forgive me, please, you know, they're looking at great schools, which has more to do with real estate and less to do with any measurables that we have within the school.
Correct.
So if there's anything else that we can add to that so people know, I mean, I get it, Century 21, everybody else, they do that, but that's not how we run schools.
Right.
Right, and that's not, I mean, when U.S. News and World Report puts out the different rankings for schools, that's still a different metric than what we're using. So we're happy, we're proud of the schools that we have in our district that have the certain rankings, but it's not the same thing when it comes to the state and monies and things of that nature. So can you add to that, take away from it, whatever? Because I don't want the public to think that that's a way to.
And how can parents know that?
Yeah, that's definitely right. I mean, it's the California dashboard is the 5x5 metrics, and then pretty much that for each of the indicators, I mean, we're trying to shoot for staying in the blue and green, and then they also look at it by subgroup and overall. And our job, and I always talk about this, and like one of these days we're gonna make our landing page, instead of orange, we're gonna put green and blue, you know, and then we're gonna get there, because that's the message is easy to communicate with the site, with the staff. And then the most important part is it's possible. It's no child left behind. It's more of the measure the growth. So as we continue to grow, eventually we'll move up the status, that's how they call it, and then we can be in the blue and green. And I'm very proud to let the board member here know that we continue to make gain for the last 4 years. Yeah, and that is that we're gonna bring that information here to the board, And then thank you for all your support on that. Yeah.
But to clarify to your point is, although parent engagement is one of the California state priorities, it is not. It's not part of the 5x5. That is for students, and it is not part of the rating the California dashboard. Correct.
Because it's a local indicator. So we have state indicator, and that part is local indicator, and we met all the local indicators.
And I think I see you're confused.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you,
But it is, but you can find the information on the California School Dashboard about our local indicators. If you scroll all the way down, that's where it's listed, and it'll talk about parent engagement, climate.
I guess in general, like, I just want parents to know, like, where are we at? What are these measuring? What can they do? You know, because people do just like go on the internet, you know,
Yeah.
and
I know,
how
I
can
like
we-
the idea of what do you do, like maybe even addressing next to our indicators, you know, the colors, whether they're blue, green, or whatever, how can we grow this?
yeah, how can
improve
we
that?
help? You know, if parents want to help, or you know, how can we? If it's a community thing,
Definitely.
you know, how can we advance together?
Okay. We ready? Okay. Okay, second one here is administrative support. The initiation of using supplemental funds to support district administrative support coincided with the inception of the LCFF funding, as we heard. The strategic alignment was crucial for two primary reasons. First, to definitively demonstrate our maintenance of effort, which was a requirement at that time, of providing comprehensive services for our English learner students, such as our language assessment clerks that we have and administrators to oversee programming for low-income EL and foster youth. And second, to establish a robust and integrated support structure and systems for the diverse services and programs that were being developed and implemented through our LCAP process. The deliberate allocation of supplemental funds ensured that all relevant departments within our district are equipped with the necessary personnel to effectively deliver a wide array of services and supports directly for our students. So our commitment to student success is underscored by the presence of highly qualified personnel whose positions are specifically funded through these supplemental allocations. These individuals are strategically situated within various key departments. Beyond what I already had mentioned with the clerks and the administrators, we also have personnel in our budget department that ensure fiscal responsibility and transparent allocation of resources to student-centric programs. We have in our assessment department where they're developing and implementing accurate evaluation tools to monitor student progress and program effectiveness. Our curriculum department designs and refines instructional materials and approaches that are relevant and academically rigorous. Our elementary department providing foundational support and resources for our youngest learners. Our accountability department tracks student outcomes, the compliance with our state and federal regulations, and report on the impact of programs. Our technology department, leveraging innovative technological solutions to enhance our learning experiences. So the integration of all these roles across our departments is not merely administrative, but it is fundamental to ensuring that direct services are not only provided, but are also implemented with an unwavering lens of equity and fidelity. The commitment guarantees that all students receive the targeted support they need to achieve positive outcomes. Focusing on student outcomes as our measure of impact reflects our dedication to closing achievement gaps and fostering an inclusive educational environment where student has the opportunity to achieve success in college or career once they graduate from OUSD. Questions? Comments?
Okay. So, not directly related, but just because it says English learners in here, bring up English learners.
Okay.
And I mean, the dashboard is absolutely amazing. If you go on and you can go on to pop on and get extra reports and do all of that. But I do have concerns about our English learner achievement, and it just seems like it's the same. We've made such great gains. Prospect, shout out. We had a Prospect teacher over here. Prospect did amazing last year with their English learners. But we do still have a lot of struggles with English learners, and how, you look at the metrics and it's like, again, their status level is very low, they're red, and they've decreased substantially. And it's like, how are we, not Prospect, that was one school, decreased significantly. There's another school. But how do we measure our effectiveness in that? So we always have our, in our LCAP, this is what we're doing for EL. But how is it, do we change up significantly to address these problems? Are we leaving it mostly at the site level because the population changes? I just don't know how we as a board can really prioritize and really give staff the resources that you need to make those something really significant when it comes to English learners.
I know Christina was pulling out some data about our ELs, if there's...
This embargo.
Oh, it's embargo.
I believe the data you're looking at is the year before.
This was 24 dashboard. And
the new one coming up, and then looking at the embargo data, I think we're on the right track.
Good. Okay.
Yeah, and then and we measure the growth going back, because we know we continue to measure the growth, then eventually we'll hit. Because the reason sometimes you see the red, or orange. Red means that we decline, okay? And then every time you see orange, sometimes that's because the status was low. But we at least making sure that we can do maintain, which is yellow. So looking at the embargo data so far, I think the LTEL is the challenge. And then last year we recognized, because the year before we dropped, in EL, and then we put a lot of intervention, and I've been doing one-on-one data check with every single school. We are even looking at down to the student level, and then they walk out that meeting with the plan, and that's certainly helped. So the team need to go back looking at our data again, is that LTEL group that we need to continue to support.
And that's a great segue, because Lisa's probably going to come up. We are joining as partners with Lori Olson. I don't know if anybody's familiar with her, but she is a mastermind with how we can raise up our English learners and close gaps. And so, in fact, today was our intake meeting, and it's with Dr. Potness, myself, Mrs. Green, and Amber Tatch, our multilingual administrator. So today she wanted to know about all of what we have in place. And I literally, and I'm not going to be ashamed to say this, but I'm like, Lori, can you help us? And she really assured us that yes, we will get there, and we're working with 5 other districts, and we have 4 meetings set up to deal with LTEL specifically, because this is a concern. It's being measured on the dashboard, so it's getting out there publicly, because it is a concern. It breaks my heart that we have LTELs sitting in our high school classrooms. So that we're being proactive and trying to go to literally the source and get some knowledge on what we can do differently.
And there are some schools that made huge gains and increased significantly, and that's great. And I'm just wondering, why is it so inconsistent? That you can have one school that's blue, even if they're ranked, in the lower have a lower ranking, and they've increased significantly, and then you have others that have decreased significantly. And how? Why?
I know.
You're the experts. I don't know, but
the other, I don't know about the EL numbers being in there for 4 years.
It's a lot of, sometimes, oftentimes, and the analogy I always made it, because sometimes when you look at the EL data, understanding that 30 kids make a subgroup. So when you have 30 kids, which means that every kid swings a lot. But when you have 100 kids, then so what I'm trying to get, the point I'm trying to get is, when you have a strong 6th grade leaving you, for example, and a weaker 3rd grade coming in, just that alone, with a smaller subgroup, that make a huge impact. And we do understand that swing both ways, which means that explaining to the side, now you have smaller subgroup, the monitoring piece had to be really, really, careful. And then even though this is embargo, and I just put on my glasses and look at it again, you will be so proud of our EO result this year. And I couldn't wait to share that with all of you.
And can I add a little something to that? So English Learner Student Achievement, when I first came to the district office, I was a TOSA for English learners and a coordinator for English learners, so it is near and dear to my heart. And, I'm really excited this year because we got the opportunity with our reorganization and ed services for multilingual learners to come under the curriculum department. So I think it just puts a new lens on things instead of thinking of our English learners as something we have to be accountable for and have in the accountability department. Now they're a part of the curriculum department where we work for all students, curriculum, instruction, professional development. And now, I meet with my curriculum leadership every Wednesday morning, and we meet so we can calibrate and make sure that everything we're doing is going to have that lens of multilingual learners, advanced learners, and have that lens of students with disabilities, all of that at once. And so I think as we plan our professional development for teachers, our instructional supports, even our curriculum as we go through the math adoption, it's really keeping that integrated lens on all of that. And, as Elena mentioned, we're very excited for the work with Lori Olson. And, I've been trying to immerse myself back into the multilingual learner department and what we're doing and all of those aspects. And it really, I think a big part of it comes down to, we can't wait until the LPAC and the ESPA or the CASP to see how our English learners are doing. We need to have consistent progress monitoring throughout the way. And we're doing a lot of really great things. Our teachers are working really hard, but how are we evaluating if what they're doing is really having an effect on their students to see if maybe practices that have always been great practices and we love, maybe those aren't having the most bang for their buck, but something that's happening at another school is. So that's kind of the evaluation that we're looking at this year and kind of going through. But we're really excited. I mean, it shows what a collaborative team we are, that we have, the executive director of elementary, the executive director of secondary, myself, and our multilingual learner all joining forces with these other 5 districts to really help solve that LTEL dilemma that we have. Because, we're reclassifying students, great, but why do we have some students sitting in a 6th grade class and they've been there since kindergarten? So that's really something that we're looking really closely at now.
Well, I'm really glad to hear that. And we have made progress. I mean, and that's not to say, and also the dashboard, of course, is not the only measurement at all. I mean, that's just a snapshot of certain grade levels. So yeah, I mean, it is not the end all, but as Trustee Vane said, we also get judged on it. And so we need to, we need to be
It's a
cognizant
good
of
wake-up
that.
call for us because we saw that dashboard, and that's why all the action was put in place to make sure we improve.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I add to your discussion? So a couple days ago, Dr. Whitmer and I had a meeting, and we have a whole new set of data that we're able to pull in. So with the Early Development Index, we can pull specifically the EL population to get a full picture of where our kindergartners were last year, where there is a language need, but what other needs are there? So that could be addressed in addition to language support. And they're starting early where we kind of understand what's going on at the early elementary level so that we don't have students that get identified in kindergarten and then stay until 6th grade. And the other thing too is that most English learners are self-identified. So it's difficult to gather that data, and then it could be a range of where the student is in their proficiency, which creates a whole nother cluster of issues.
Yes. For sure. We good?
Okay. Thank you. So I'm going to be talking about counseling services. So the Student and Community Services Department, in partnership with the Office of Curriculum and Instruction, strategically leads and supports our essential school counselors across all grade levels. Our counselors are a direct investment in the success and well-being of all of our students. Counselors are key to delivering our holistic support model to all learners, providing academic guidance and college and/or career, delivering structured lessons and targeted support to prepare every student for post-secondary life. Social emotional learning, teaching crucial social skills through classroom lessons and proactive check-ins that benefit the student body. While serving all students, a critical function is ensuring equity and reduced barriers across our campuses. Counselors conduct intentional outreach and build deep relationships with vulnerable populations, including our foster youth and low-income students, to reduce barriers to engage all of our students, strengthen school connectedness across campuses, decrease the student-to-adult ratio for social-emotional support. Additionally, our counselor on special assignment provides essential Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions across the district, ensuring every student, their diverse needs are being met. These integrated, focused efforts support a safe, inclusive, and welcoming environment where all students can thrive. This work directly supports and is measured by key district metrics: chronic absenteeism, school connectedness and engagement, which is monitored through local climate surveys of students, parents, and teachers.
Thank you for that. So I'm going to kind of do what I did with the nurses and just partly clarify and then ask a question. We have counselors at every site, and middle school and high school we have more because we have guidance counselors and that type of thing. But every elementary school now has a counselor. So that's the stool that we're giving everybody. That's equality. What do we do? Because some sites are way more impacted. We have sites with 200 students. We have sites with 500 students. What are we doing to mitigate that? How are we getting the equity piece for those counselors? That might be Mr. Angel again. Sorry. Because I know having them at every site is fantastic because every student has access, but how do we ramp that up? That was kind of one thing I just kept writing down, is how do we ramp this up? Because we always have to be thinking about that. So how do we make sure that we're not always pulling from one site, this counselor has to go over here and help, because I know that happens. How do we make sure that we're addressing the equity piece with our counselors?
So and correct me if I'm wrong, Lisa, but I think at the secondary level, we have approximately 30 counselors, if I'm not mistaken, but at 37?
37 counselors.
But for elementary, we have 25 counselors for serving 27 elementary schools. So we have one counselor at every elementary school except for 4. Those 4 are sharing 2 counselors. That's why we also have our counselor on special assignment from SES who supports every single school site, especially those 4 schools, and provides Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions.
Okay, so we do have some extra support. So if an elementary school, the counselor was gone, or there was just a situation where the counselor just needed more support, the COSA could come in and do that, or would you be able to pull from the secondary counselors to have someone come over? I mean, this is just a day. Like, this is an emergency. I know we can do that. But my concern is, if I'm a counselor at a school with 200 students, that's great. And they may be more impacted than a school with 400. It's not always about the number. But what do we do to help those schools that are just really impacted, either by numbers or by just the incidents that are going on because of maybe where they are, or just the population? It just happens, and it changes from year to year. How do we provide that extra support?
So all of our counselors have been trained in crisis response. So all our psychs and counselors have been trained in that. I know this November they'll be trained again. It's called prepared.sism, like it was before. But if we were to have a situation at a school site, let's say a crisis, we do have a plan in place in which we would have additional support, whether it's our Christine in our office, or whether it's Oscar, our counselor in special assignment, or even pulling counselors from other sites, secondary especially, to come and support, that student or family in need at the school site.
Okay, and I understand that. I guess what I'm getting at is, like with the nurses, it was decided by the nurses based on this site has a lot more need than this site. Is it possible to do something like that with the counselors? And I know that could change from year to year, but there are times when, I've seen it. There are counselors who are just inundated, and other ones are like, oh, these are kind of okay right now. And it could change throughout the school year, too.
Yeah, so for example, we do have 11 elementary schools that are funded through community schools. Those 11 schools do have a counselor that is paid out of community schools. You know, we have the remaining schools that's paid out of general fund or LCFF. But we do look at numbers. You know, we do look at overall student population. We look at students with IEPs. We look at students with health plans. We look at students who have tier 2, tier 3 interventions. That's why we also supplement with other outside partners, agencies, to provide those supports at the school sites for all students.
Can I also add, from being a principal, if there's a time where you have a large need happening, we also have our psychologists, and we've increased our allocation of psychologists as well, so to address and support some of those needs. So.
Right, and I have seen that, and I know Dr. Singh's coming up, so thank you. But I also know that our psychologists are extremely inundated as well, so you have to be careful not to pull them. That's why I'm just thinking, and I'll let you talk in just a minute, Dr. Singh. I'm just thinking if we could do something in the future the way we're doing it with the nurses and really look at this site may need 2 counselors for 2 days a week. And this one may just need 1, and this one can share with another site, and that has to be fluid. So it's like we almost need extra counselors. Go ahead, Dr. Singh.
So I love your concept of fluid thinking, because that's what we do in the world of psychology, right? So going back to the psychologists, we have 37 school psychologists, including the part-timers. And so going back to the question about ratios, that brings us to about 1:7-11, and the national average, according to the National Association of School Psychologists, it's about 1:1,065. So not ideal. Yes, we can always do more, but our ratios currently are at 1:7-11.
Okay. And that's great, and I'm not criticizing, I promise.
Sure,
I'm just
of
trying
course,
to think
of course.
in the
Yeah.
future how we can maybe address
Yeah, and I
some of
think
those
your
needs.
point is spot on, that we need to keep this process fluid.
Mm-hmm.
We have to continue to evaluate. As the year goes on, like where should the counselor allocation be? Where's the need? And constantly adjust and be fluid with it.
Right, and I'm sure the counselors can give you all of that feedback because there's a lot of metrics there.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'm sure they do.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
I'm wondering if this funding includes wellness and the wellness spaces.
Oh, the counseling services?
Yeah,
Can you
yeah,
address
the
that?
counseling services.
It
bit.
does not. We have separate funding for that.
We do.
We have a grant through CYBHI that we received to fund the wellness spaces. And we also are developing partnerships with OCDE as well.
Okay, good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can I just say a ratio of 1 to 1,000 is absolutely atrocious. That's horrifying to think. Okay, so do you have something you want to close with? And then
I'm going to change the slide and turn it over.
Yeah, and I'd like to thank, we would like to thank the board for all the great comments and questions, your thoughts. It's been a very productive conversation. I have one last question for you, but for you all. But I do want to let you know that our season, our LCAP development season starts in October. We start with opening a survey and beginning that process, with which we gather about 22,000 survey responses in the past. So we'll start that. It runs through June, of course. But this question for you relates to that to some degree. What do you need as a board of trustees to stay informed, and at what frequency as we move towards creating the LCAP for the 26-27 school year?
Okay, good question. Obviously, this is more of a discussion at this point, study session. We can kind of go back and forth if you want to, have more of an open discussion, addressing that specifically. I know for myself. I mean, I like data. I feel like we get a lot of times I feel like we get, well, a couple of things. I'm always a little bit confused, maybe is my problem. Confused when, you get data and it'll just be like our OUSD data and it's K through 12. And I feel like so many times it needs to be broken down differently. I mean, you can't really say you can say what's happening overall, but I don't think that gives us enough information to really ask you pointed questions on where resources should be allocated, because that doesn't really tell us enough. I like data that breaks it down by elementary, maybe middle school and high school, or maybe just elementary and secondary, and by populations or types of schools, however that is defined. Because we do have to really think about how are we addressing needs at specific sites. And so when you get this really general information, and a lot of times we get this general information and it's at the first review of the LCAP. So it's already done, and we're just supposed, sometimes I feel like, and this is our job to do also, is to tell you what we need. Sometimes we sit there and just admire it and we read through the 500 pages and it's like, okay, I would like to have a little bit more information earlier on in the process. Maybe you set up meetings with 2 trustees at a time where we can maybe ask you specific questions before that first meeting where you give us the big LCAP. Obviously, we don't vote at that meeting. We vote at the next one. But I feel like a lot of times it's already baked in, it's already done, and there's really nothing for us to do other than ask nice questions, but I don't feel like it really has any impact on anything. That's the way I feel. I don't know how others feel.
I would jump in. I think I agree. I was thinking the same thing, where we can bombard you with all these great ideas right now, or not great ideas, whatever you might think they are, because they may not all be great. But in order for us to be able to kind of, give some direction, I think we do need more along the way to say, okay, here's kind of where we're at. These are some things we're finding out. And more specific, like what are the ahas that, wow, this was not something we expected. This was really great. Or those numbers we were talking about with ELOP are not what we thought they would be. Those kind of things, I think, if that's what you're talking about, President Erickson, those are the things I think that'd be helpful. And whether it's a good thing or not, you have a lot of educators up here and parents and employees and former employees who really do want to be a part of this and really are interested. We don't want to just rubber stamp it and say, wow, this is pretty. And, a lot of pages. I think we really do, you can see, we're passionate about this and want to be able to give you some direction, whether you need it or not. I think it's just important for us all to have these conversations. I'm glad we're able to do this.
Yes.
I just kept writing all over my notes, bump it up. How do we bump it up? How do we think out of the box? How do we, the fluid thinking that we were talking about, how do we think differently? Because some of the same things we've been doing for a long time, and like we said with EL, I'm so glad the numbers are going up, because, we make a little progress and then we don't. It's like we've got to think out of the box and start doing things differently and more intentionally, and really drilling down on that data, I think will help.
Just to clarify, you are probably doing all of that. We're just never informed of it. So that's not to imply that you just, aren't doing all of this work behind the scenes, but we're never really a part of it. And so it would be nice to be able to kind of see it as it progresses. Obviously, you're making the ultimate decisions, but we should at least be stating what priorities are, and then you're using the data and your professional ability to actually create it and whatever.
Yes.
Well, and that's similar to what I was going to say of like, there's no way a parent's reading this like 500-page document. And so how can we pull some of the highlights of here are the areas that the district's working on in order to meet these needs? And essentially it would be beneficial to us to know what that is, because then it's easier to then turn around and find additional money if we need to look for it. Like all of us are connected to different organizations. I know that for for SES for mental health, we were able to bring in $1 million. I think that there was a grant that was closing within the couple weeks, and we were able to connect really quickly with a partner to be able to apply for that. And so it's just, those are just some examples that if we know what direction we're headed towards, that if we hear of anything, like, because we're also in, some of us are in higher ed, and we see that they're potentially interested in a study, how we can bring in those additional resources in as well.
Yeah, that's great.
Is there any way to develop like a cheat sheet in a way? Like,
Yeah.
For us to see, I mean, I would love to see something
We're
that.
working on that.
We're actually working on the infographic.
Okay.
Kind of like this, and then break it down by metric, goal, actions. It's very
disaggregating
parents,
the data
yeah,
by
and
the
then with all the
LTLs and
More visual.
ELs
Yep.
and, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, that would help, or maybe growth targets and where we're at and.
We even discussed the podcast. So if you can actually listen to it.
I just
And
read
then
your
we
mind.
actually have AI kind of get it going. Yeah, that's something we had in place.
Okay.
Yes.
Thanks.
So as the other trustees were talking, I made some points of like things that I agree with. And I would also be open to having a meeting with a few others to, you know, discuss some of this. And something that would help me is a sense of comparison. You know, I think at the last meeting, I was like, you know, how many kids, you know, are anxious about something? You know, I don't know. And, you know, to know the national average of what the counselors are, you know, because then I have a sense of, you know, are we doing really well or not, you know, as I read through the data. But then we came to the meeting and asked you all these questions, and you knew the answers to them, but we could ask them, you know, earlier on, and that would be great. Someone else mentioned thinking differently, and I definitely support all of the innovative ideas, but then having, you know, here's what we're doing, but not just that, here's what we're doing differently. You know, we realize, you know, this is an area that we are innovating in, just like a little, even if you just put a little star, you know, where we're on said cheat sheet, you know, here's where we have an innovative idea, something that we're trying new. So we then don't come back and ask you, you know, well, what are we doing new? You know, it's already in there. I agree that we are all, you know, a board that cares, and so we want to, you know, be active in this process. And I agree that it would be helpful to have communications to parents. You know, here is what we see. Here's, you know, the points that we're working on. You know, here are ways that you could support us, you know, as parents in the community. You know, in that, because we're all doing it together. And something else I would like to reiterate is, I think grants are really important. Because if there's money out there that we, you know, a lot of this is a money question. You know, where can we find the money for our counselors? Where can we find the money for, you know, our nurses? You know, so what grants are we seeking out? You know, are there grants coming up that are due? You know, letting us know that we're working on that money component would be helpful for me. Thank you.
Thanks.
So for me, and I'll be very, you know, specific with this, I think it's important for us as a board to see the college and career ratings, right, with regards to how students are progressing. That would answer Trustee Yamasaki's questions regarding dual enrollment. That would answer questions regarding CTE. That would answer questions regarding any kind of enrollment issue within APs, et cetera. So having said that, I'm specifically fixated on the CTE completion rate with the pathways. I think that would be very important for us to go back to our communities and talk to them about where these multiple programs are situated and how students are progressing in those. And so when they complete it, that gives us a little feather in our cap, but at the same time, it helps us with metrics, because we understand more how students are progressing. And same thing is true with AP. Not that they just take it, but they complete it at a particular rate. Because again, if you're at Elmo or Canyon and you've got a silver rating, you know, parents don't know how, you know, that's awesome. My school's great. Well, you know, it is great. And this is how they arrived at this. And maybe even students in other schools in the district would begin to take their counselors and impress upon students to take AP courses. Or even the idea of an early college academy being something that is similar to, in a lot of ways, the dual enrollment. And so other people within the district understand that, and we can track the rating for that. So that's part one, but part two would be the frequency, right? Because that's part of the question. And I think it's difficult to get that information now because you're still trying to set people in classes, and sometimes people, they bail on that, and that's fine. But maybe for the elementaries, quarterly is a little bit tough for us because you don't know what you're looking at. But as you get further into the school year, you kind of do see what you're looking at. Middle school similarly. But high school, it's pretty clear to me when you get to the semester. And so if that came to us as a mid-year, we'd know better where people are. Students sometimes, they don't want to stay in the construction class, or they want to continue in the construction class. So I'll leave that there. So then I'm dropping back just for a second when it comes to middle school. And you guys, some of you remember the wheel in the middle school environment. So that would be one way for our high school students to really select certain pathways they may be interested in. Because right now you show up in ninth grade, you just got a nice conversation with the counselor that came over to your school, putting you into your academic classes. But they don't usually talk about, I'm generalizing, I know there's some great counselors talking about everything. But sometimes in the showcase, you're not seeing that, and you're not even attending the showcase. So when you show up at the school, that's cool, I'd want to do that. Now you're changing all of your scheduling. But if they had that introduction at the middle school level, maybe we can better serve our pathways, and they can take not just 1 or 2, but maybe they take 3 years of a pathway, and that would be better for them as well. So what it is and the frequency, that would be what my idea is, and what would support the board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to add, again, to kind of echo what both Trustee Vane and Glass said about communication. I think that's something, we talk about a lot. We need to talk about what we're doing. That document, even though it always seems like, oh, that's that thing that, parents aren't going to read it. We need to make something that, cheat sheet, whatever it is, something that we're getting out there, not just to the community, but also I think staff, because a lot of teachers are like, I don't know what that is. I just need to do my job, and this is what we're focusing on. But I think it needs to be this is what we do. This is it needs to become more of a, wow, this is us, not just ugh, that's that thing we have to do once a year, and that's a lot of work, right? Sorry, they don't all think that. I'm sure some of them go take it home and read it all the time and love it. No, we all, know how we feel about it. We do, but we know what I mean. It needs to be more. We talk about it more. This is what we do, and these are, and getting input from just teachers that don't even know. Oh, that was something in the LCAP. I had no idea. So just, I don't know how we do that. That's your job.
Duly noted.
On that note, we want to thank you. This has been a really good conversation, a really good beginning to hopefully more conversations along the line. We are attempting to sort of change the culture of the board, where I think, at least the time that I've been on, it hasn't been, our involvement and engagement with it hasn't really been there as much in the past. And I think that we want to change that for the future, and just be taken a little bit more along the way. And we so appreciate you taking the time and the effort. And it was a beautiful presentation, and it was like, the history of the world from the beginning of LCFF, and it was wonderful to get that. And hopefully, if there's anybody watching, they've learned a little bit of something too. And wonderful work. So thank you, and keep up the good work. And thank you.
Thank you.
So I actually think that I want to take a break, and we will reorganize for the next item. So why don't we reconvene at a quarter till? Is that okay? Okay. back to order at 7:45 p.m. Thank you. We will move on to our second topic of the night, which is our school consolidation update. And we have Superintendent Manadas and Salima Holguin. Thank you.
All right, well, good evening again. Welcome back from that little break. So tonight we're going to update you on where we are with the school consolidation process. Specifically, whoop, I went too far. Specifically, we're going to share findings from the after action that we conducted, I think it was last week, with the group of individuals that were able to attend. We will share with you enrollment trends that were presented to the committee. Unfortunately, King Incorporated or Consulting, who was part of this work, he couldn't be here. They could not be here tonight, but they will be coming in the future. Our key consultant with that, his name is Rob, so he'll be here on another date. But Ms. Holguin will share those enrollment trends and what he shared with the committee. And then we will close by sharing the next steps for future work and clarify what phase we're in, because we want to keep reminding everybody, including our viewing public, that we are not moving forward on anything at this very moment. We are still in the investigation stage. So with that.
Can I just step in for 1 minute, because you're going to be talking about your after action with the committee, but just for anybody who's watching, just as a, since you weren't here yet, Dr. Menares, in February, our then interim superintendent asked to form a committee to study school consolidation, and we granted that authority for him to form the committee. That committee was formed, and then we had a presentation or two, and then you came on the scene. So
correct.
Take two.
Take two, there we go. And that the final presentation under Superintendent Christensen was June 18th. So that's where the board, we put a little bit of a pause. So we reconvened the committee last week, and we conducted an after action. So I have shared with the board many times that I use after actions as a systems improvement opportunity. And what it allowed for us with this committee was to hear from everybody that was there what happened. These are always the same questions you ask in an after action. What happened? And they have to be factual. They can't be subjective. So that's always hard for people, but it's literally what happened. It doesn't have to be sequential. And we captured everything. We had about 5 posters captured of what happened from everyone who was there. Then based off of what happened, then you ask people, all right, so based off of what took place, what are we learning? This is where the reflection starts to come together, and you as a group, no matter how big the group is, start to come together and understand, okay, here were things that we need to get better at, or this is a key action that we need to take. And based off of what happened and what we're learning, then we come up with actions. So it goes from being a very reflective process to an action-based process. That's what I'm going to share with you tonight, is some key ideas around what happened and what we're learning based off of what happened. We're not going to go over everything that happened. That was for the team. You don't need to hear all of that. But what's important for you is, what did they come up with as learnings, and what did we agree upon as next steps? So that's what I'm going to share with you. So key themes in terms of what happened, and so we just wanted to share some evidence of the posters. There were 3 big ideas that that came out over and over again. And what ends up happening in an after-action process is that if there were any misunderstandings, misconceptions of the group that you were working with, it comes to the surface, and then you can clarify things, and so it becomes a very healing space if need be. And for this particular group, there were misunderstandings, perceptions of information that needed to be surfaced. And so the big 3 ideas were that there were some communication breakdowns. Really what we heard was, initially what we started with and what we ended with, they didn't align, and somewhere things got lost. Whether this is true or not, it doesn't matter. This is what the perception of the committee that we are bringing back together felt. So we have to know that as we facilitate the work moving forward. They also said that, and so this goes with the communication breakdown, we thought there was this goal, We think something else may have happened. Maybe it happened behind closed doors, right? All of that was going on, and so we want to be sure that our actions with them moving forward don't continue to add to that. Process concern adds to that communication breakdown. So, and I'll tell you, they said very clearly the way the meetings were run were spectacular. They went very well. I had people come up to me, and I'm sure they came up to Ms. Holguin afterwards saying, so well organized, the information was really good. So this was not about information that we gave or any finger pointing. It's just they felt like somewhere in the process, maybe things got lost. Maybe there was some lack of clarity. So the communication, the process concerns, they go hand in hand in terms of how the participants felt. And that's not what was the intention by any means. The final piece that came out of it was there was data that was missing. They would ask for data. You've asked for some data. I see Trustee Pelley shaking her head. And some of that data was provided and maybe some wasn't. Again, I think that goes with the process and the communication. So no shame, no finger pointing. We want to be sure that we are addressing these things as we work on building the confidence. Do I see a question?
I'll make a comment.
Yes.
I think this is all, I think, very valid. And I think part of it was, I think there was a shorter timeline given the fact that we had a superintendent who wanted to make some progress and only had a limited period of time. But because of that, and again, this is hindsight is 2020, but because of that, I think that what we did is we formed a committee, but what's the committee's role and who's in charge and why are we even doing this? Like, I think we as a board probably should have thought farther ahead in terms of saying, look, this is why we're even studying it. We need to, A, make sure we have better programs, B, make sure that we have good facilities, C, whatever our goals were, I think needed to be really clear from the beginning. And then we needed to have a long-term plan. So you don't just form a committee. What's the committee going to do? And then, anyway. So I think that this actually makes perfect sense. And I think that I had a lot of these same concerns was, okay, we have a committee, but now we're like all the way to this point where we're going to make a decision about something. And there was no process in the middle. And so I didn't even know what the committee's role was. So I think that it's valid up there, and it makes sense, I think.
And those are some of that's actually one of the key learnings was something like that, right? So they did talk about how quickly, and everyone understood, where the district was at. Everything was done with the right intention. We just needed to put a little bit more time in between it, but yet the time wasn't there, right? So it's just this stepping back a little bit and figuring out what we need to do next. And that's what we're going to do. So with that then, so that's what happened, right? So those are the big themes. So what did we learn? And this is very much what you are talking about, President Erickson. Trust and communication are essential. So we know that. We know, just because you put a lot of adults in a room doesn't mean that we automatically trust and it's a kumbaya. It just doesn't work that way. And so how we run these future meetings will be really, really important because we want to bring that confidence to the process, not to the people, because that was never the issue. It wasn't about the people. It was about the process. Bring confidence to the process. Things were said like we feel like there was already decisions being made. That's like those backdoor deals, all of that kind of stuff. So we are going to be over-communicating and extra clear and things like when we leave a meeting, we're going to be sure that at the end of the meeting, we put about, I think we said 15 minutes with time to come up with what are some key agreements that we're all walking away with, and that you can take as a committee and share with others. What is it that Cabinet's going to do? What's the role of the board in this? Because that's part of that. How does the board come into this? And what is our role as a committee? All of that needs to be very clear. So we're going to make sure we build that time into the meetings at the end. That's our commitment to them. we're going to make sure that we've got clear planning and a structure that drives the success. So again, to what President Erickson was saying, they weren't quite sure on the why. Some people said, is it because we want to reduce combos? Is it because we want assistant principals? And then others were like, but how's that going to benefit everybody, right? It kind of goes all over the place. And when we think about being an educational organization that gives all of our children prepared to be college and career ready, taking us to the LCAP conversation we just had, what is it that every school needs? And how do we make that happen? And how do we message this to the community? So we've talked about how with this group, we are going to clearly identify together what is the why behind this, right? And we're going to need, so we'll be coming back to you as a board in October about being clear on what the why is behind even examining this opportunity. We also will then be backward mapping. They want clear goals. What are we trying to accomplish? Again, what's their role? And how does that then get transmitted to you? I don't know if transmitted's the right word, but shared with you. And then how do you give feedback that then we take back to them, right? Because we want this back and forth conversation. That's the role of cabinet. And then they want information that enables sound decisions. So this goes back to the why. And what's the benefit to the community? Why should a community, because when you talk about consolidation, that's a loss for people, right? So we're even talking about renaming it and thinking about it in different ways and thinking about it in terms of the, we have about 5 names that we've got a small little group of us that are gonna look at this, but how do we repurpose our buildings and what might that look like? And maybe we don't need schools in as many places, but maybe we need other program opportunities, such as maybe some early childhood kind of programming, maybe some family and community engagement. I mean, we can look at our schools and our facilities in different ways, and we want to create the why behind it, and we want to spend an extraordinary extra amount of time with them on developing the foundations of educational excellence, using, as I'm learning, and as Sulema has shared, our already facilities master plan that has a lot of this information in it. We need to come back we need to revisit that, bring that back to the committee, and come up with something that then we can bring back to the board, right? Because we're going to do this back and forth with you. This is what it looks like. We are making a recommendation on what our schools should have. Once we've got that model, then we can start talking about which schools, how do we do this, where that might be located. So you can imagine that this is going to take a lot more time than what we did. When we mapped it out with Rob, we just did that yesterday? Yes, boy, the days do run together, don't they? It looks like it's going to be about 5 meetings, 5 to 6, but over a greater time span. So we're not doing, my understanding is last time they were meeting very quickly, right? And that's not the way we're looking at this. We're looking at this because in a bigger time span so that we can come back to you in between as necessary, right? So that we're not rushing the process. Which then, of course, may mean a phasing of an approach rather than all at once. That's some of what we're going to talk about. Finally, what came out of the after action are the actions moving forward. And so we came up with some immediate actions. We are going to establish that framework and that timeline. They're very interested in that timeline. They want to know, some of it might be their commitment time, right? How much time are you expecting of us? We need to figure out with them what day of the week is going to work best, and so we're going to be communicating that with them and coming back, but clarity on roles and responsibilities. Process improvement, they said to us, why don't we have co-chairs for this so that it's not just, even so you can imagine in the future when we do a public presentation such as this, we're going to have at least one of the co-chairs with us so that we have the voice of those who are participating part of this. Co-chairs working with us behind, when we're doing the planning to make sure that we're staying on track and keeping people involved, because sometimes we, not intentionally, but maybe we are moving faster or not sharing something that would be really important to the community. I mean, the community and the committee. And then we need a very comprehensive communication strategy. That needs to be part of the work very early on, not just something on the website, although a website's very important, but right now what's out in the community is a fear that we're closing schools. And the impact on that is some parents heard about certain schools that they were going to enroll their children in, or their children went to that school. They thought it was going to be closed. They've already moved their children to a different school. I heard from our council PTA, the same thing is happening as it relates to a PTA. Why should we do a lot of fundraising this year if my school's going to close next year? I know that's not what the board was looking for, and I know that's not what staff was looking for, but that's the reality of our communication not being strategic enough. So we are taking a step back, taking everything that they gave us and really implementing that as we facilitate these meetings going forward with myself, with Ms. Holguin, and with Rob, our consultant. So with that, unless you maybe I stop right there and see if there are any questions, because we're going to then transition into the enrollment. So why don't I stop there? That's probably a good time.
I have one question about the co-chairs.
Kind of an open forum, so just go.
Okay. How are they selected?
We're going to do it with them at the next meeting.
So self-selection?
Correct. Well, yes, kind of like a who's interested, so this is what they told us. Some of us might be interested in helping with the planning, but we don't want to be the one up speaking, or vice versa. So then that's when we said, okay, then we'll do a co. That way it's safe for those who have different skill sets.
Mm-hmm.
But we're not going to select. We're going to let the committee select within themselves.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I like the idea of the 15 minutes, at the end, and we all leave with, whatever points. What happens if people don't agree? This is not what we said. This is, is it a majority? Are we, is it like a jury where we got to have a unanimous scenario? Or, how does that work?
That's a really good question. So I would say that's part of the facilitation process, right? And so between Sulema and I, we will be working with them. When I think about when we did this work with them, right, and we were writing things up, when you make something very visible and you write it and then you say to the group, did I capture it? You can very easily get people who say, well, yes, but add this little piece. And so you just be flexible in that, but it'll come out where we're okay. I don't see that being a problem. But if they disagree, then we just stay until we get to the right answer.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody? Okay, well, I have questions about, obviously the board's role is different in this. We have to ultimately make a decision about what we're going to do. So I think that would probably come halfway through the process, where you are discussing things with the committee, you're coming to the board, you're presenting. At a certain point, we're going to have the back and forth with the community, with the board, and that committee, and the community. Maybe we have to go into the community, because the committee that we have right now is a wonderful committee, but it's a superintendent committee of really knowledgeable people that are going to be able to absorb all of those facts. But they are not necessarily the direct stakeholders within the communities that we're talking about. So I kind of want to know where that comes from. My impression of what we were going to do last time is we were going to identify some schools, and then we would start a process of going into the community and talking about it. We weren't making a decision on what to close, but making a decision on what to identify as having the discussion. So my question is that still sort of the plan, where this committee is going to come up with possibilities of schools to close, then we start the community engagement process? Is that, because I think we have to be able to be engaging the community that's going to be impacted. Because if it ends up it's running springs, and we haven't talked about that, nobody freak out over that, but that hasn't been on the radar. So really nobody's been talking about it. We need to be in that community talking to those parents. And during those conversations is when a lot of those troubleshooting things are going to happen. Like parents are going to tell us, or families or teachers will tell us, as those prospect teachers did when they came in, hey, these are problems that are associated specifically with these schools. Hey, we have a community schools at both. What happens to that money? So I think we need to be really clear where we fit in as a board, because ultimately we have to make a decision. And what is the committee's role? What are we going to get? What is the timeline? When are we pulling in the community? And then once we make a decision, obviously there's a whole bunch of stuff that has to happen after we make a decision. But leading up to that, I think we have to give guidance as to what is the data that, you know, you as a staff are going to tell us what data we need to talk about. But we also need to be able to say, hey, no, we need to know X, Y, and Z before we're ever going to vote. So you need to bring that to us or tell us what the committee decided about it. So I feel like we really need a roadmap. And we as a board need to know where exactly we are in that roadmap along the way. And what is the committee's job? What is staff's job? We can tell you why we want you to look at this. We want you to look at it because of all the things you're going to tell us about enrollment. We want you to look at it because we are told that, you know, academic programs can be improved with larger schools, that they suffer under smaller schools. We're told, you know, we know that. We know facilities need fixing, and we want to have better facilities. And so if we can have one bigger school that we can do some really great work on the facilities, that's better for everybody. That takes two school communities, puts them in one better facility. That's, I think, a lot of what we talked about, but we never stated a goal in writing that was on a website or did anything like that. It's always been just, it's been floating around out there. And I think until we make that commitment and we say, this is why we're doing it, this is what we expect, this is the information we want, I don't know how we actually do the process. So maybe you can help me understand that.
That's exactly what actually the committee is asking for as well, so that we then stay focused on the why behind it. And then what is how do we get the direction from you so that they feel like what they bring forward, it doesn't become like they don't get whiplashed in the process. So what we're doing is we've already backward mapped what we believe will be the meetings and what it would look like. And then from there, then what do we need to bring to the board at what point? So for example, we know that in October, we want to get some guidelines from you around the why. We want to be sure that we're clear on the why, and we want that from you, so then we can, and so we'll bring some recommendations forward for you to consider, and we will leave that board meeting with a clear why. We're not going to meet with the committee until we have that from you. So we have a couple of questions that we're going to be asking you, and we'll be giving you some information to look at prior to that so that you don't come to a board meeting and it's the first time you're talking about it. So you can expect some information in the Friday weeklies leading up to that. Then from there, then when it comes to determining the criteria by which we should be examining schools and looking at what should every school have and what do some have and what don't, and how are the classrooms being used, because that was something that we need we're talking about a full profile of every school as a collective in the district, bringing in also information that, again, is in the facilities master plan already. So taking a look at that, coming up with a couple of different options for you as a board to determine which of these ways for selection should we be considering and what data is missing. So that would be another return to the board with here's what we think as we consider criteria for which schools, not the school names, what the schools have, right? And what do we want to offer for all children. So no names are involved at this point when we come to you, but more about the data criteria. So like, what are the models we want to offer? Bring that to you. You let us know if we're on the right track, you make a decision, or you say, I want this data and this data still. And then we're not ready to take that back to the committee yet, right? Because we still need that direction from you. So it'll go that way. As it comes to then going out to the community, I wouldn't recommend, at least at this point, I wouldn't recommend that we go to the community until we actually have some locations that we are considering. So, but, well, no, I say that, and now I'm going to maybe pull back. Maybe we go to the community just for some input, just in general, just general input about what we're looking at. But that also, see, this is the hard part for all of you. I'm in the middle of my listening and learning tour. I'm going to get a lot of information too, right? So we probably can just use that information in terms of what educational programs we want for the district, because I plan on collecting so much data. So we can cross-reference that as well. So and we'll talk with Rob, and I've been speaking with some other superintendents or retired superintendents that went through this process as well. I'll ask them, when did they go to the community? If I remember correctly, I had an opportunity to speak with Oakland Unified superintendent who just retired, and she went through this process quite a few times. She made it very clear, know about the why, know about the what, know about the how, and then be sure you do some really strong project management when it's time to implement. So I'll ask her in what process, at what state or what phase did they go into the community to get input, and really talk about those really particular kind of things as it relates to the schools. That's the one thing that I would want to talk with someone who's done this and see what worked best for them.
I would just say, I think that the committee, to me, is sort of that. The committee represents sort of like a little broader range of experience and people from throughout the community that are participating in that. I don't think, personally, I think it would be way too much to just go out to the community in general and talk about generally consolidation, because the reality is we know that there's going to be only a certain number of schools that are going to be considered. So frankly, I don't think, and I'll just use Running Springs, I'm not picking on you, Running Springs, but Running Springs shouldn't really have any say or much of a say into what happens
at a particular
at a
school.
different, in a different neighborhood, at a different site that's 15 miles away. Like, I think that gets really messy, and I feel like it also disrespects that local community in a way that I think we need to be really engaged with the local community of the schools we're considering. Personally, I don't know if anybody else has any thoughts on that.
I would just add that I like the language of a school profile. And I think, throughout our community, people do know what they want at their schools. Like, whether or not you're 15 miles away from Running Springs or not, you do know that you want a school nurse, So there's a different conversation that can be had that isn't so specific.
Thank you.
But doing kind of an accounting or an audit can be done without necessarily going into the community. You know what I mean? And that's what you were kind of talking about, right?
Right.
Saying, okay, schools have, multi-purpose rooms, but only a couple have them. Only a few have wellness centers, and sort of giving us a idea, and then creating kind of, well, what is really a more ideal situation or a model school? I suppose that would come from input as well, but I feel like the committee members and stuff would probably have an ability to kind of discern that. But
yes, that's what we're referring to as those foundations of educational excellence, right? And what do we want at every school, specifically as it relates to our elementary and our middle schools, because that's what we're talking about here, right? That not only do we want for today's learning, but thinking about future learning and what that might look like, knowing that we don't know what the future holds, but we have to be nimble enough, and so we want our schools to have that opportunity to be, I like to think about them as Gumby, nimble enough as it relates to the facilities. I think about when I started teaching, I was at a school that was the open concept school, and we have some of those here, right? That wasn't very nimble. I mean, and how quickly did those walls get put up? And so we want to have opportunities for innovation for our youth. I can imagine that one of the wants that we should say every school should have is some kind of innovation lab. Now, what goes into that lab might look different as the years progress, but it's a workspace that groups of students can go into, and it's not used for a classroom. It's a lab, and it doesn't get repurposed for something else because So, because we haven't been thoughtful enough. Now, it's not perfect. There's no way it can be because we don't know how the enrollment patterns will change in a certain particular part of a community. But those are the kind of things that we are looking at. So I anticipate that, so I am walking back. Yeah, no, I'm not going to go out to the community for the whole thing because we don't need to again. I'm doing it with my listening and learning, and we'll do it with the committee. One of the things the committee members said, and I think it was actually our person, we've got somebody who's joined from the 7-Eleven to be kind of part of it, right? I think he's the one who said it. Are you putting the cart before the horse right now because you're doing your listening and learning? Should we be waiting on this? And I said, well, I think there's other things that we can be doing in the process. The listening and learning won't be all school year. So we do need to find a way to marry those things together, and I think the timeline's going to work that we can do that.
Yeah, and he connected it with the strategic plan.
Yes, he talked about, yes, because you're going to be developing the strategic plan, so shouldn't this all come together? And, it's going to be a little bit of a parallel play, but we're going to merge like the 22 and the 57 at some point, right?
And to remind the audience, right, you've got I'm going to forget what it is, your program that helps to synthesize all of this,
Thought
right?
exchange.
Like this isn't just, our superintendent going out and there's going to be actual data and, themes
Yes.
that emerge through this program, think something?
Thought exchange.
Thought exchange, yeah.
Yes, yes. You good? Okay, so we're going to now transition to the enrollment trends, and I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Holguin. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Menares. And as Dr. Menares said, unfortunately, Mr. Murray could not join us today, but he did a brief presentation because the meat of that committee meeting was the after-action review and getting the reflective feedback to be able to move forward. However, we did spend some time on district enrollment. And some of this information the committee had seen, but in addition to it, it now has 25-26 information. So here, the first chart that you are looking at is our enrollment trends over the last 11 years, including this year's enrollment here. So you can see that we roughly have gone from 29,500 students to 24,630. So losing about 5,000 students over the last 11 years. From last year to this year, we've lost 330 students. So again, just looking at this information, which was one of the things that we looked at with the committee in terms of, is this something that we should be engaging in based on our enrollment trends? Should we be looking at consolidating schools because of what we are seeing that is happening with our enrollment trends? He then went on to talk about the birth rates and how these birth rates impact the trends and what that means, because we all know that birth, our enrollment pipeline, right? There are future students that are coming into our schools. So looking at what has been happening, and for this information here, this is regarding the 9 zip codes that we service for our students. So taking those boundaries, those zip codes of students that we service here and looking at the trends that have happened here. And you can see here from the data that you're looking at, in the early 2000s, there were some peaks there that were taking place, but starting with about 2000, 2011, 2010, 2011, you start to see that decline. And while there are some ups and downs that take place within those trends there that we're looking at, we even see one in 2022, post-COVID, right? We see that little bump there that happens post-COVID. But overall, when we're looking at this, we were having enrollment births at anywhere from between 2,700, 2,800, and now down to 2,000 in terms of birth rates. This next slide here is the same slide, but now you actually get to see what these birth rates mean in terms of our future potential students and our current students as well. So when we're looking at the green box there, those are our current students. So when you look at 2020, 2021, those are our TKers and kindergarten students, because we know that you have that September 2nd through June 2nd birth date there that you're looking at. So those are our current students that we're serving. And then our known birth totals. So again, you have that bump that takes place in 2022. Those students have not yet enrolled, but that is what we're actually looking at. That red box there that you're looking at, future potential OUSD students. from this information, and we'll see a chart later, connecting from these births, how many students actually end up coming to our schools. And we tend to have about a 68% enrollment rate from these births. And that is because they may have moved, from the age of 0 to 5. They may be attending different schools, but in terms of what we're seeing with the trends. And so this is very important information in making some projections for the future in terms of enrollment. And then additionally, the pink box or the rectangle that you see there, you're seeing estimated future birth rates. So he talked about, because it's important, right, when you're looking at the potential of consolidating schools, what's going to happen if these birth rates go up? We're going to need these spaces again. So looking at what are the trends, what is really happening, and you see that it's pretty stagnant there, and it stays around 2,000 in terms of birth rates. There is a little bit of a bump, about 4 students, looking at that, and again, just taking into consideration some of the trends that have happened in the past. So he spent some time highlighting this information that then goes into our specific cohorts, which we'll look in the future on the future slides here that we're looking at. And so taking that information of birth rates that has happened, looking at an overall projection of enrollment. So again, what you're seeing here in the dark blue line on this slide here, the dark blue line is what we have seen in the last 11 years, including this academic year. Then in the light blue line, there you continue to see a trend of the enrollment going down. However, this is projected enrollment based on those actual birth rates that, again, I'm going to go to the previous slide that you saw in the red box there. So that's all projected. They have not yet attended, so we're looking at projections now. And then finally, the last is based on estimated births that we saw potentially. So looking at those 2,000 students being born within that time frame. And with this, again, as we're taking into consideration, he talked about this does not have the consideration of new housing development, however, just really focusing on the birth rates and looking at what our trends have been, about 68%. Which then creates our next chart here that was shared with the committee in terms of looking at the cohorts. And so here, what you now start to see is that net migration in terms of cohort, in saying when you have a cohort that is leaving specifically at the elementary school. So when we look at 25, 26. When you look at this chart there and you look at your 6th graders in that grade level, currently we have 1,838. When you look at next year and you look at your incoming kindergarteners in the 26, 27, you see that you're going to have 1,370 kindergartners coming in. That becomes your new cohort, and you see that the cohort there is now, it doesn't offset just an even net, migration in terms there's, a deficit in terms of looking at those numbers of students. So again, all of this is generated from the birth rates and taking that information to see, are we continuing to see that there is going to be a decline based on what the projections of the birth rates and where we're at. So then 10 years from now in 2035, 36, again, looking at that information. And while it starts to become a little more steady in terms of the numbers that we're seeing, we still see that cohort migration is lower than where we are at today. And so that was the key concept, that was the key information in sharing this. It was very brief in the sense, but again, giving that picture of the enrollment in terms, which is something that when we started with the committee, is looking at enrollment. Is this something that we see we should be studying based on what is happening with our enrollment trends and based on our declining enrollment? And then overall here on this cohort, you continue to see, just as we saw on the other charts before, where you had the lines there looking at it, that in 2035, 36, if all this was to materialize in terms of these projections, because again, it's projections, it's using some estimations and information there, we're looking at being at an enrollment of under 20,000 students if this was all to happen. But again, with that, you look at all this information and you take other things into consideration. Could that 68% increase in terms of students enrolling in our district? Part of that, as I said, is looking at children moving out within that time frame of 0 to 5, and then not enrolling, maybe going to private schools or other schools. So as we're looking at programs, can we attract more by some of the things that we're doing and increase that retention rate? So very important information to look at as we're making some of these decisions. Again, we didn't spend a lot of time on this, but just enough to give the committee, this is where we are now based on the new enrollment information. So yes, we did see a decrease in terms of students enrolled, and we're continuing to see that.
And just noting too that this is only projected enrollment based on birth rates.
Correct.
Rather than like not looking at new developments. Correct. Not looking at, again, if we could increase that 68%, that kind of thing. This is purely based on birth rate.
Correct, and that's why the capacity enrollment or the capacity of a school is very important, right? And leaving a buffer there for that, increase that could potentially happen, and making sure that we're not filling to that 100% capacity, but really looking at when we're making these decisions, what is that threshold so that we could allow for, if there is some development, different things, and especially with our open enrollment policy that we have as well too, looking at all of that. And those are some of the things that we need to continue to look at, as Dr. Menares was saying, in terms of how we're looking at our programs and looking at our rooms being used for certain programs and different things to ensure that we have enough capacity. But this is a good start of information, but there's other factors that need to be considered as well.
Right. And how do we get a good, do you just go to each of the cities and look and see what developments they have approved? Or I don't even know how you get,
Yes, our demographers do provide that information for us, and we would definitely do a deeper dive into all of that. We know that there's a possibility of Orange Heights and different. I just heard that Anaheim Hills, additionally, just yesterday, I believe that where there's a movie theater or some that's supposed to be torn down, and they're talking about housing there, and that's just fresh off the press from what I hear. So yes, those are different things that as we're going through this process, it's really refining and looking at that information as to how does it play into this information that we have.
Okay, thank you.
I think it was Dr. Glass a couple meetings ago that said we need to be looking at the worst case scenario. So is this that?
Correct. Yes, this is a conservative scenario.
Okay. Thank you.
So I just am thinking about, this goes along with enrollment, but we have to be, once again, innovative. We need to be fluid thinking, because we don't know all of a sudden something's going to change and now we do need this school again, or, how can we be strategic in thinking about how we repurpose these schools? It's great to say, oh, we could have a community center, we could do, all these things, but we need to be really strategic, especially if we're thinking about how we want to retain students, how we want to attract students, what kinds of programs or things would go in there. What are we looking at? I'm sure other districts and programs that are really successful. We know some of the immersion programs have been successful, but a lot of districts are getting those now. So, just thinking about, even if we don't use it as a school, if we're repurposing a building and it's going to be some kind of community center, how are we strategic to decide what it is that we're going to do?
So that's a very good question, and I would say that it starts with this development of a refined strategic plan and where we're going as a district and what we want to offer. And then, and in that, it does include looking at what's around us and maybe what we don't have and we could have, and repurpose schools in that way. Also talking with families and understanding when families are choosing to leave us, why are they choosing to leave us? I firmly believe that we can offer what anybody else is offering, and we can do it much better, because I've seen what our educators do in our classrooms, and I've felt the love of this community. So we just have to be in front of it. But first, we've got to listen and learn and understand. So that's what we're doing, and thinking about things like, any email I get from a parent, I kind of put it in my Rolodex in my head, you know, and that becomes part of the listening and learning. But I remember a parent who, she has 2 young children, they're not in our schools yet. But she said, I really would like to see some kind of fine arts opportunity for my child, for both of my children. Okay, right back here, right? We have parents that attend our, oh goodness, I'm going to forget, that early childhood program we have that's for the parents. What's it? Learning Links, yes. Going and speaking with them, which is what we've done a little bit, but we can do more and more of that. Those are our future customers, right? So finding out what they are looking for, and the little bit that I have had the opportunity when I speak to parents, our parents are very, our young parents are very much, they know what their children are good at, and they want those learning opportunities for them, and they're willing to take them there. So we can provide that. We can't provide everything. This is where the board's going to have to make some difficult decisions. We'll make the decision. We'll bring the recommendation. You'll have to make a decision. But I do believe there are a lot of things that we can be providing, and our principals are hungry to do it.
And that's, again, in the listening and learning, you know, that's where we do want to include the entire community, not maybe just this, you know, because that could be anywhere. If we're going to maybe repurpose, I don't want to say close because we're not closing, but move this site over here, but we're using this, we need all the community's input. We need to know what it is that parents want. And you're getting that, and we're all getting that as we're going out. So we need to have our Rolodex. People are wondering what Rolodexes are, probably. I know what that is, but we need to file that, and we can be out in our respective communities or wherever we are and asking, what would you like to see? You know, what do you think would be a great thing that the district could provide? So just more for us to be listening to. We can do the listening and learning tour as well.
So we have to, I think, agree that birth rate is a significant factor. So we have to agree on that. I'm not sure if I'm there, but I understand where we have to start from, right? Because we are also losing students, families, because of unaffordable housing, right? And it's a community like, I'm from Long Beach, right? So not far from Long Beach is Cypress. And that was a community that was declining as related to, you know, residents. They were older residents. And it seems as if they made an initiative to really start to build affordable housing around that area. And Oxford, you know, high school is right there, very prominent school in the general area. But we also have to recognize that that spike that you mentioned, it also was relative to charter schools and alternative learning, online learning, homeschool, things of that nature. So maybe, just as a thought, we could begin the conversation about looking at our current programs so that we can win some of our people back from neighboring districts. And I know that's a right now issue, but we're also looking at, as you both mentioned, future customers, right? Because that's where we lose them. They're not going to our elementary schools. They're not as pretty as our high schools. So how do we remedy that? And part of that is, you know, some money that may be a part of the facilities master plan that can support that. But I have to mention that Irvine doesn't have the same issues we do. So it's troubling to me. Somehow I believe, and I've talked to some people, they're working with the city. And so that's part of the way that they're able to maintain. They're not increasing their enrollment, but they're maintaining their enrollment because it's not going down. And so however people want to view that and interpret it, have at it. But the reality is Tustin, Irvine, and I don't know of a bunch around there, they're not losing students like we lose students. And I think when we look at birth rate, we kind of think, we think that's everybody. It's not everybody. It's literally those 9 zip codes. And everyone's not having 5 kids. So I think we need to figure out an action plan, like you're talking about already, to win some of folks back, go to the youngest parents, and convince them to come here for whatever reason, you know, fine arts, sports academy, whatever it is that's going to pique their interest. We have the facilities to do it. And then we work on, you know, maybe a relationship with the city or the county to get some housing in the area. They're not making more land, but we have land that can be used. I don't know a different way that we're going to get people to come back here without the property, well, without people coming to live someplace. I think that's all I have to say about that. And the inter-district permits, obviously, that they're going somewhere else because some other program is different or an anomaly that we do not have. You know, once upon a time in Fullerton, it was German. No one taught German except for, you know, La Habra. Like, all right, you know, we have to sign it off. So we can have those opportunities too. So I don't know. I mean, I'm thankful for what y'all are doing. You're trying to make sure that all voices are heard and honored. And we probably got a couple of years to toss this around before it really hits. And that's it. That's all we're going to have. So thank you.
So there's one area that I think our district is doing completely different compared to other districts in Orange County. And I was just looking at this data today that Orange Unified has the most, has the greater amount of learning links offered, not just by how expansive geographically, it's almost at every elementary school, but the amount of times that it's offered every single day. Other school districts have it at least at one site, maybe one time or two times a week, where we have every single day of the week offered in like multiple times. And I think that's back to your narrative of, you know, interviewing the families that are really young, because what I'm assuming is happening, knowing that Orange Unified is offering 30 learning links compared to other school districts that are doing one or two, is that young families are coming to our learning links. So that's 0 to 5-year-olds coming to our facilities to get that programming that maybe will want to stay. But how do we get over to what Dr. Glass was talking about, of like, they see our facilities and then they maybe see their homeschool and they're like, well, we love it here. We love the people here, but maybe they'll get greater technology if we go back to our own school district. And I think that's also the conversation of improvement with the technology and tools that we have with the programming. Like you were saying, that we want to increase everything else, and that always goes back to educational programming. Thanks.
I do want to just, in fairness, we cannot compare ourselves to Irvine at all. Irvine is, I mean, only because they build constantly, and their average age very much younger, and they have a foundation that gives them, you know, city gives them, I think, $6 million a year and between their foundation. So, I mean, I don't know that we can replicate that, but we can do a lot of those things, like you said, the programs that might draw people in from other districts. But for sure, facilities are a huge issue, for sure. I mean, we have to figure out how we're going to improve our facilities. And that's part of what this is that we can hopefully at least build a few facilities at a time, because we can't do it all at once. But, yeah, so I wish we had as much building as they have in Irvine, but we will never have that, I don't think, in Orange. Ever.
Day when I was in 6th grade, we studied Irvine.
Yeah.
City planning. That was everybody's excitement,
The
right?
master plan. Yep.
And I think, I don't know, was it 72? This whole place came into being.
Mhm.
And if any kid played Sim City, they know how they do it. We just choose not to do that here. We literally choose not to do it.
Yep.
And Tustin is really not that dissimilar, because they have an old town, but they just decided to build all around that. And their schools are destination schools. And people are going from one side of I can go all day. They're going from one side of our district to another for programs, for opportunities, for the buildings, the facilities, and we can remedy that. We can remedy that. So I'm not necessarily comparing us as if, you know, we have that kind of jumps. But this city was dedicated at the end of the 19th century. But we're not in the 19th century.
I know, I know.
You know,
I
but,
know.
so we can move things forward and build like they've done it. They've done it in all types of areas. But our city needs, it's kind of like we both need each other.
Yeah. Well, Tustin, yeah, they've got 5,000 units going in over by Tustin Marketplace. I was just talking to one of their board members, and I mean, they're expected to get a huge bump because of that. And our city is definitely not there, but you're right. We do need to work together with them to try to influence whatever we can.
Next steps, Dr. Menarez pretty much already covered some of this information in terms of talking about the next steps and through that reflective process that we went through with the committee. So as Dr. Menarez had mentioned, additional communication with members. One of our first steps is a virtual meeting. We actually have that scheduled for next week where we're going to discuss the new name of the committee. 4 members were selected, or volunteered, I should say, to participate and help us. You're absolutely right. My mic is, yeah. And I could hear my voice, so I must have a very loud voice because I was hearing it with there. But so 4 members volunteered to help with the new name. So we're having a meeting with them next week. Distribute survey to the committee members. So right now we don't have set dates yet. There was some discussion about whether meetings would take place on Mondays or Wednesdays, some due to childcare. So we agreed that we would send out a survey as part of additional communication that we're going to be sending, and then we'll set those dates. We don't anticipate having a meeting, our first meeting, until probably November, because we're going to gather all the survey information to be able to schedule that. Continue with the awareness study phase. So as Dr. Menara said, we are still in the investigation stage, which is our awareness and study phase. So no decisions have been made. We're still studying. Redefine the work of the committee. So again, the things that we've already talked about, establishing clear goals and actions, implement the input from the after action review. So again, the feedback there, and gather additional comprehensive facility. Some of what you also requested in terms of the capacity. What are our rooms? What rooms do we have? What do we need to ensure that we have enough space for? And then the committee's work, appointing chair, co-chair, discuss the foundations of excellence, which we've already discussed, and engage in broader communication strategies. And then finally, we finished the meeting with doing a confidence line. Dr. Menarez led us in what is a confidence line. Basically, you have, you're feeling a 1, not confident that we're moving in the right direction or that this is going to work, and so forth, to a 5, like, yes, this is going to work. We're there. And so how confident are you that we are on the right track to achieve our outcome? And pretty much everybody was between a 3 and a 5. And then the question was posed, what is it going to take to keep you there if you're at a 5? And if you're not, what is it going to take to get you to a 5? And so these were some of the responses in terms of what was shared: transparency and follow through, shared priority, meaningful inclusion in the ongoing process, and then clear implementation timeline and goals, ongoing communication with the board, trust and rebuilt. And again, those were the people that were already there, that ongoing in terms of where they felt that we were in the confidence of moving forward. So great feedback, and ready to implement some of these new steps to be able to move forward with the process. Comments, questions?
Awesome. Any more comments, questions? Okay, Trustee Vane.
We have other committees that are doing relevant work to this one. Are we touching base with those timelines and, making sure that, there's communication? I know we have one representative, maybe that
And that was part of the reason for bringing the representative on, to be able to share. But additionally, we have been providing information to the 7-Eleven committee, and we will continue to provide them just updates of where we are. We said that we would reconvene when we really felt there was relevant information to be able to reconvene. And if you remember the bylaws, it allows us to stay within a 2-year time frame for that committee. So we shared that information. If for some reason we were not going to be moving forward then we would come back to dismantle pretty much that process. But with that being said, just we shared with them, we're getting together with the Consolidation Committee on September 17th. This is the information, but we're communicating the same information to them as well.
Okay, thank you. When is the next meeting of the Consolidation Committee?
We don't have a date yet. We're going to do the survey to get
okay.
when is it, or the meeting dates. We're thinking in November is the earliest that we can reconvene with them.
Okay. And then in the meantime, we anticipate you'll come to us with formation of why we're moving forward in this direction and studying this issue? Okay.
Yes.
And what do we anticipate doing with that declaration of our why? Are we going to?
And that's why we're saying that we wouldn't have the committee's meeting till November, so that
Okay.
we could go to them with that information and start with that clarity there.
Okay. Are we going to have like a dedicated page on our website to the consolidation process, something like that?
So we currently have one. As Dr. Menares said, there is a lot of language on there. There's actually a FAQ section on there as well too that currently is on that page. However, we're looking at how do we give it a new little twist in terms so that it's much more accessible and also more user-friendly, I guess I should say, to get the information, but looking at other ways that we can also communicate. And that was part of what we discussed, that when committee members are leaving, they have something that they can go back and share. We talked about the shared communication, those last 15 minutes, where we come up with something so that after each meeting, we're able to provide some type of communication.
Is it possible to have some kind of a button or something on that consolidation committee page where somebody can submit a comment or a question specific to that? So they're on that page, they're looking at that information and can provide feedback really in real time?
I think that's something we can look into. Yeah.
Just for clarity, the button would be to get feedback on what's going on, like questions about what's going on, or about what's being, like, how to make the page look better?
Well, both, I guess. Both on that. But no, really, so somebody could interact. Because I don't want it to be just that we're reporting out what's happening with consolidation. I want to make sure that along the way, if people that aren't on the committee and don't come to the school board meetings and maybe don't even know to email us, could still look at that and say, hey, I have a question about, or what schools are you thinking about? And you can answer, you know, we haven't identified them yet, or whatever it is, but where there's a little bit of give and take that we don't normally have, because I don't think it is just something that we report out. It is definitely needs to be collaborative with the community.
Two-way communication. Yeah, we can look into that.
I just want to say thank you for all of this work, because I know sometimes we just want to go fast because we know things we want to get done, but it's so important to slow down and to really have a process to build that trust with the committee and to really be clear what the why is. And you know, I'm going to be interested in that meeting because we've kind of talked about it, but we haven't really just said, here it is, here's our statement. And I think as educators, that's something we do all the time, you know, which is why it's so great that you came in and just said, okay, hang on, here's what we need to look at. But I think taking it step by step allows us to really dig into what we need to do. And it also is fluid, because something could come up where as we're learning, as we're going, oh, we didn't think of that. Here's more information we need. Or, you know, instead of just here's the choices and here's what we're doing. So I'm really glad that we're taking the time, and I thank you both for this work, because it's hard work. And I thank the committee. I hope some of them are listening or will listen, but if not, please pass on our thanks to them as well.
Yeah, that's what I was going to end on. You know, they're volunteering their time and appreciate their commitment and willing to come back. Unfortunately, some members were not able to come back because they had some other commitments. However, we only had one member that so far has told us, unfortunately, I won't be able to continue with the process. And as I said, we did bring somebody new onto the committee as well. So we are
Okay.
very thankful that they're committed and really passionate. So appreciate it.
Okay. Anyone else? Yeah, thank you. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much for all your work on this and for taking a step back and really doing the analysis that needs to be done. So thank you. All right. That is it. So I will adjourn this meeting at 8:50 p.m.